side of me. But just loading up the save game here in the background at the moment. And yeah, the plan is to continue with the game that we did yesterday. So this is Milan. It is 1343 or 44 or something like that. It's like 8 years after the start of the game. 46. Okay, so it is a bit further in than I had realized. But that means that in 4 hours we managed to do a grand total of 9 years. So, yeah, good. But Milan is looking pretty strong. Economy is still a problem. The Black Death has just appeared, though it has not yet spread. And we have just, at the very end of the stream... Wait, I thought we declared war at the end of the stream. Didn't we declare war at the end of the stream? I could have sworn we did. Huh. Interesting. Did I forget to save? Because there was an autosave. Let's just take a look. Because I've kind of forgotten who I even declared war on. As you may have noticed from that, I was also playing a little bit more with my Brandenburg game yesterday after this stream. Late into the night. I stopped at like 3 in the morning or something ridiculous. Yeah, so this game has definitely got its hooks into me again. Haven't I figured out trade? No. And I watched a couple of videos of other people playing because I continue to have money problems. As Brandenburg, I basically went bankrupt, even though I had like no expenditure whatsoever. And I think I understand kind of why. There we go. Now we're at war. Basically, I started building production buildings too early. What I should have been doing is building RGOs. The resource buildings, because this is basically free money. It doesn't cost you an input, it just costs you peasants, and peasants will automatically promote to laborers over time. There are no limits based on city type, whereas for the production buildings you need to have a certain number of burghers, and the burgher limit is dependent on your tech level and the size of the city. So they are far more limited in who can promote to what levels. So the other thing I've been noticing is there are some locations where we might just straight up never get control. And unfortunately, I'm recognizing that this might be one of them, and that is because the population satisfaction is so low that it reduces max control. See, max control -7. Just by integrating a place, you get a minimum of 5 control. That 5 is immediately eclipsed by that 7. So, yeah, I suspect we are never actually going to get control in this area, at least not soon, unless we can bring that base satisfaction up, which is generally achieved by sorting out your population needs. So we need more steady grains, we need more wheat, we need more fruit, and probably a bunch of other things as well. The other thing, which is actually related to trade, is this number. Trade capacity. And trade capacity can be increased in 2 ways, one of which is kind of expensive, which is marketplaces. Marketplaces require an urban setting of some kind. It uses burghers. However, there is also where's it gone? Oh, that's still building marketplace. I don't want to build a marketplace. I want to build a market village. This guy, which can be built pretty much anywhere, and it uses peasants. It doesn't use burghers. The impact on trade capacity is significantly lower, but it will give you a baseline of burghers. It will give you a bit of trade capacity. It will give you more market access. Generally, from what I understand, you kind of want to build those everywhere, particularly places with higher population. So yeah, that's where my research has gotten to thus far. Alphonse, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Speaking of welcoming people to the channel, I should also bring up the UpTubs chat. Let's see if I can find it. Live. That one. That one. Thus far. And pop out chat. There we go. Oops. Resizing properly. Okay, good. As a small country like Brandenburg, you just need to be really... Why is that? Okay. As a small country like Brandenburg, you can also just be really unlucky by the AI doing the same thing you're doing and ruining all the profits for both of you. True. Would a way to combat that be to spin off vassals? Maybe? I think I just need to... I mean, so... A lot of this, I think, is related to trade. And the fact that we haven't been building up our trade access, our trade capacity. So we should be focusing on RGOs first, particularly if it's goods that we are lacking. Because if we can create those goods for ourselves, brilliant. The second thing that we need to be doing is building the market villages in places we have high control, so that we can start building up our own ability to import resources from the areas that do have surpluses. And they will start to build them up. I think early in the game, production globally is so low that it's really difficult to meet your people's needs. Which, interestingly, my Brandenburg economy took off when this little mouse guy arrived. Because having so many less people, I lost about 50% of the population of Brandenburg during the Black Death. So be prepared, it's going to be harsh. 60 million people died in that Brandenburg game, total. Reducing the number of people also reduced the amount of needs, which meant that the production that was already set up could better meet those needs, although obviously it was lacking manpower. And promoting peasants to labourers was significantly faster than upgrading to burghers to fulfill the production as opposed to the RGOs. So actually the Black Death may be another great equalizer, which basically is a hard reset. It's like your economy sucks, Black Death. Okay, try again. And it's starting. So we'll see what happens. Unfortunately, I've just gone to war as the Black Death is spreading, which is probably the worst time to go to war. Because then you have lots of people moving around, and people moving around is really bad. So yeah, we need to kind of try to win this one fairly quickly. The other thing that I probably made a mistake on was getting manpower too soon. Sergeantries are really expensive. They are 70 ducats each. So that's basically 70 ducats out of the balance right away. Wow, Milan makes a lot more money than Brandenburg does. And the other thing I'm noticing is we have no music. Or even sound. There we go. So yeah. Did we actually recruit an army in the end? No, we just got the manpower for it. That's probably a good thing, because having soldiers is also expensive. Like, armoured horsemen is 0.6 ducats raised, 0.3 not raised. Which actually highlights one of my annoyances with the game so far. It is really difficult to see what the upkeep of a unit will be, or a building will be, before you build or train them. Like, recruiting regulars, saying I want to build this, or even this. Nowhere does it say expected upkeep, which is incredibly annoying. Because I'd kind of like to know that before I actually recruit them. Since you're in Italy, more people should die. Yay! Alright, so, war. Let's go down to speed 3 so I can actually see what's happening. Also, who the hell am I at war with? Let's go to the diplomacy map mode and diplomacy. So I'm at war with Tyrol and then the southern states. And the main war goal here is Parma. Do vaguely remember that part at least. Are we going to be outnumbered? Yes. We are going to need to divide and conquer, and we may well lose some territories in the north because there are only castles here in the south. Cremona, Brescia and Milano are all castles. Alright, so that is our army. Let's merge them together and make sure that they are adequately commanded. as well. Alright, so who is the commander going to be? Mariano's a 73, he's quite good. Azo's no longer as good. Although he does have a lot of modifiers and that type of thing. Let's sort this by command ability. Yeah, I think Mariano is also really good at admin, which means he's going to be very good at sieging too. Borgia. Oh. Oh, I see. Alright, let's bring him in. Waiting to see where enemy armies gather. We could have gone and stomped on them as they are recruiting. We could also go and start just sieging down Pavia. Though, no, I don't think I want to do that. I think what I want to do is come over here and stomp that army. While I hold the advantage, let's also sort out the formation, because I want cavalry on the flanks. I want infantry in the centre. That is a lot of infantry in that. Let's move you onto that side. So my right flank is really strong. Left flank not so much. It's okay. Moving away. Cowards! We should be able to just land straight on top of you. There we are. So, first engagement, 11,700 against 3,500. We have 0.5 more morale than they do. We have marginally better tactics. And we have 12% discipline to their 8. Oh, my army is way better than theirs, as these numbers are showing, but also we're outnumber them. That was a massacre. 200 for 900. Excellent start. Also, army movement speed. Nice. So we can do a bit of a war of maneuver if we are so inclined. We are getting supplied from Milano. Oh, here comes another army. Let's go and stomp them. Getting a river crossing here. To the last man. We are not often able to do this, but right now it's time to whip up the men into new levels of fanaticism. They are ready to defend the fortresses to the very last man. Military tactics plus 0.1. At this stage of the game, that's a big step up. Stack wipe. Beautiful. Still nothing from the north. Let's go and siege down Parma so we can say that we've actually done that. Oh, we're moving up to Cremona. Let's go and intercept you. There's another army. Is that a step wipe? Let's go this way so we're not getting a river crossing. Because yeah, this is absolutely a war of maneuver early on, because we did start out outnumbered, but while we can divide and conquer, we have to. Still nothing from the north. 536. There's a road connecting us, so hopefully supply here will be easy. Yep. This big green arrow means that we're being supplied. Florence has asked us to help them out in the First Florentine War. Against whom? I mean, you're winning. Against Pistoia, Perugia, Sitia, Urbino, Sassana, Ferrara, Imola, and Ravenna. Oh, we hugely outnumber them. I love the fact that all of this is kicking off while Black Death is starting to spread. Italy in tatters right now. Let's just split this army in half. And then this army is going to be a sieging army. So actually, Capitan Lando Roman, who is also an assault general, would be the perfect candidate for this. However, one thing I do want to do is move units between you. Is there a way of doing that? seem to do it. Because what I want to do is move these cavalry to this army. Deselect you. Group you. I'm going to grab another 1,000 soldiers from you as well. I don't want to split you in half. I just want to... That's what we'll do. And we'll go with that unit, that's fine. Okay, so this is my fighting army. Let's make sure your formation makes sense. The cavalry is actually where it should be. Okay, on the move. See, they're starting to gather a little bit there. Still nothing from Treviso, which is good. Oh, reinforcements are moving in. I'm going to intercept you, though. Oh, this is a big fight. So, 3.76 morale against 3.79. I do have the better tactics. And, ooh, they have better discipline. Oh, no. Oh, we're crushing them. They have a 92 general. Wow. Estolia made peace. Florence has grown. They shared out a ducat between all of us. How generous! Thank you, Florence. But hey, we upheld our side of the alliance. We killed another 1,000. Let's put you in Pavia. Did Tyrol not join this war? They did it. Oh no, they did. They only have 1,000 men. Huh. I don't really understand why my levies are bigger. Oh, it's because I have double the population of Brandenburg. Well, no, that still doesn't make sense. So with Brandenburg, you start out with, I think, 400,000 men, and you can raise 1,000 man levy. As Milan, I have 1.3 million, which is 4 times bigger? No, 3 times bigger. Maths. And yet I can raise 11. I don't know what determines that. Good point. Okay, temporarily, I've also found that inflation is far less of a problem. It's actually quite easy to drop. You're raising inflation a lot. I'm not going to piss off the Patricians that much. That would be silly. Worry about stability at this point. Oh yeah, should cover. Where are you going? This music is super loud. Ignored my settings. Yes. Yes, you had. That's better. From what I understand, it's satisfaction and levy percent. My nobility satisfaction is like 60 or 70%, is the Brandenburg. It's 50 here, so it's not that. Brandenburg is also a march estate, which means I get even more. Oh, you know what? I know why it is. It's because of this. Peasant levy size plus 20%, levy combat efficiency plus 25. Or at least that is a factor. Because the levies come from the different... Do I want to hunt you down? If you're just going to sit there and try to siege me down, then yes. Question is, do I want to leave an army behind here? I'm up against time limits a little bit here. They have 5,700 men. If they manage to get everyone together, man, we've got 3,400. If they manage to get everyone together, then they would be a match for either of my armies. I think I could probably get away with... No, I'm not going to risk it. Oh, I could just detach a... No, because they would come and intercept. See, this is why I didn't do it. What I was going to say is I could just detach a sieging force, but I knew that there was still a 2k army roaming around somewhere. So I think that this army basically just moves around, swatting these guys down, as and when we're able. Hopefully we can get here before they take that province. Yes, we can. I think this is probably my favourite track so far. I like this one. And yeah, I know there's a detach siege button, but as I was just saying, it detaches like 1,000 men, and this 2,000 man army would have gone and crushed it. It's 9 men that time. Perfect. Does the siege army have a leader? Yes, they do. They have a really good leader, actually, for sieges. What are you running to? Let's move back from the front lines. They can't necessarily see where my army actually is. I think what I might end up doing is moving 1,000 men from here. And then halving this one. And we'll give you a commander who hopefully is good at fighting and sieging. That's going to be Luca. You can go and start sieging Visconti. And this is still my main hunting army. Someone can go up there in the north. However, I outnumber you 2 to 1. The downside is this would be fighting in the mountains. But I outnumber you more than 2 to 1, so I think I'm going to do it. Oh, here comes Tyrrell. No, that is Tyrrell. I'm locked in. I might lose this fight. Especially because I didn't reorganize. That's okay, actually. Oh, they didn't. Oh, no, they did. So, is this -2? Where's that display? 3.7 against 3.8, 2.1 against 2, 14 against 12. So their discipline is just better than mine. -1. Oh, it's only -1 from the mountains. -1 from the vegetation against -2. And a river crossing, so -3 to the die rolls. Fantastic. Wait. Roll to 6, -3, so yes. My army is just better than theirs, though. So I think that this army just camps out here in the mountains for the time being. Money seems to have sorted itself out in large part, so let's go down to about there. Sneaky blighters trying to get around me. You have no allies right now, so I'm just going to hunt you down. In fact, I might let you get ahead of me. Oh, why'd you turn... Huh? What happened there? You going for Lugano? You are. Perfect. No river crossings, no mountains. Much more favourite. Wait, what? No, it's the same. God damn it. The 100 that time. But at least we've split their armies up again. I really need to put a fort up here. You're down to a 0%, so Parma's going to fall relatively soon. We have also now inflicted 5,600 casualties and lost only 800. Where's the Black Death at? It's spreading! Hasn't hit us yet, though. You're just chilling there. You're just chilling there, I'll go and punish you for it. 5-star army. Damn. Oh, now their armies are coming together a little bit more. We're going to go for Treviso again, aren't we? %7 chance of falling. Down to 3,800 men here now. 0,000. That's what I like to see. Okay, that wasn't as good. Ooh, my morale is struggling here a bit though. But thankfully I broke their flank. There we go. Just another 90. They are chipping us down a bit here. Recurrent warfare, war with no CP is cheaper. What was I trying to get? Army morale, plus 10%. That's what I'm after. We know from reading the accounts of Roman times that a citizen army of free men is far more willing to fight than those who are forced. We must take our peasantry fairly free. We must make our peasantry fairly free, and they will fight to defend their freedom. Let's also just take a look at the formation real quick. So I can raise more levies if I wanted to. Patronage of Pietro Azario. An eager artist within our court, Pietro Azario has approached our advisor seeking patronage. So we can... Wait, where is he? Willing to morph literary works around whichever subject would deem fit. In exchange, we would have to part ways with a modest sum for his services. It is said that Pietro Azario's skills are versatile, and the result would likely please even our most cultured and artistic individuals. So we can gain research for 11 ducats. Stability. Satisfaction, tradition, or tell him to sod off. I would like to keep him, but I would like to keep him not now, like next month. Unfortunately, I can't unpause for a month. I don't like that. Well, actually, I can do this, and then as long as I'm earning more than that, no, by the end of the month. Then the income should offset before the loan. Hopefully. Like that. Let's go back down to 2 ducats income. Troops moving around there in the north, but nothing down here in the south, which is good. They're down to just 3,000 men total. I'm trying to recruit some more troops over there. Levies don't reinforce, do they? I have a feeling the last build I played they did. You only got 21 men? That's fine. I think I can handle that. Say that I should go and don't take Moran with you. That would at least allow me to get Tyrrell out of the fight. I kind of like having this mobile force, though. Let's see if I can even supply my army up there. Oh, you're saying take that one. I think I kind of want to take Tyrrell out more. And once this army is freed, I can basically switch these two around. Luca died. That's my heir. Died in the siege of Pavia. Pavia, that's over here. Well, that's a little irritating. Matteo, I'll take that. It is taking you a long time to get through here. Are you even moving? Oh, it's winter in the mountains. That's probably why. This doesn't feel right, though. The Burkers complain. The Burkers, representing the rising class of merchants, urban dwellers, voice their grievances about the clear favouritism towards the patricians displayed by the Signoria. They argue the policies supporting traditional privileges of the aristocracy come at the expense of the burgeoning urban economy, stifling trade and innovation and growth in the cities. These complaints have grown louder, with prominent members of the Burkers highlighting the imbalance as a threat to the prosperity of the Signoria. As tensions rise, we must decide whether to continue appeasing the patricians or shift our policies to address the demands of the Burkers, risking the ire of the aristocracy in the process. So at the moment, the Burkers are quite happy. The aristocracy, not so much. Oh, this doesn't piss the Burkers off. Interesting. So we gain prestige if we do this one. Our prestige right now is 5. But we move towards plutocracy. And the Burkers gain free satisfaction. Oh, move them up to 7. Are there any privileges I'd want to remove from them in exchange, I wonder? That one, maybe? National trade capacity goes down. Burkha trade capacity goes up significantly. That's probably bad for us and good for them. So we probably want to get rid of that one. And progress towards plutocracy. I mean, getting rid of that would just get rid of 50% power boost. However, this does cost stability. So we would need more stability to do this. So let's see about increasing our stability funding again. Meanwhile, Palmer has fallen. Excellent. So let's move you via this to this. No, let's go for Mamparato, actually. Will arrive. Yeah, the will arrive day is just changing. So I'm just going to reload that save because I'm fairly sure that that's bugged out. Hello. This unit is still stuck there. Rife is just straight up bugged. Oh, we found our first bug. Unfortunately, it's my main army that is currently bugged out. Anyway, yes, what do we need to vassalize? How do you even do vassalization? I don't think I can. Does anyone here understand how colonization works? I'm playing as Greenland, finally gotten 5,000 population from inviting settlers, but now when I try to colonize it's not working. I'm afraid I haven't got to colonization, so I don't know. Blue flag. It's not here. So I don't think I can vassalize them, so this is just going to be straight up annexing. So doing this makes how much antagonization? So we would have two people joining a potential... Oh no, Palmer's dead, so they're irrelevant. Verona's irrelevant because they keep being cut down to size. I'm going to see if I can take out Pavia as well. You can get snowed in if you're in the mountains in winter, but does it say that anywhere? It's still February. And they have also been blocked, so maybe that is what happened. Oh, Monferrato has already fallen. That was quick. Who else am I at war with down here? Do you even have a castle? No. You were trying to build one though. Still frozen in. Oh, we're also looting gold by doing this. Ah, yes. This is how you make war profitable. I had forgotten about that. Alba was successful. Where's the Black Death now? It's getting closer. Oh, it's arrived in Italy. Okay. Well, one thing I can do is piece these guys out. Who are you? Montferrat. I don't actually want anything from Montferrat. I think I'm just going to try to piece them out for money. So peace. Give me all your money. They would accept. This doesn't piss anyone off. Alright, Montferrat's gone. Hey, they got freed! Okay. Let's try that again then, shall we? The Black Death spreads. We lose 7 stability. Okay, and so it begins. Yeah, it's arrived. Okay, it's time to end this. Oh, we are so close to getting Pavia. This is worth it. So, this is the first... What are these things called? Situation that has really hit us that we can actually do something about. We have a bunch of different options. Basically, you can take one of each of these categories to try and handle these different sections. First thing we probably do want to do is move the court into hiding. We may also control the food market. Pisses off our nobility, but bans imports and exports. We could just straight up isolate and not buy anything. How reliant are we on imports? I would say probably not very. So, oranges exports. We're importing legumes, jewellery, and beeswax. Yes, this will affect my economy, but it's the Black fucking Death that's going to impact us somehow anyway. I mean, it's already in the country, so isolating ain't going to do anything. Let's just control the food market. We're going to procure remedies, which will cost me money, but we've just been at war. We just got a bunch of money out. This is also going to boost our stability in Republican tradition. So I'm going to be nice and procure some remedies. And then we could do sponsor mass forgiveness. What does this do? Clergy likes it. Clergy power increases. Peasants dislike it. Disease resistance, however, goes down. But we do make some money. We could present some scapegoats. I don't think I want to do either of these, honestly. Yeah, I'm not going to do any social actions. I kind of want to send these armies home. Can I do that? Where's Malaspini again? It's you. I kind of forgot about you. Can I just piece you out for, like, nothing? Will not accept, so that. I do kind of wish it said their individual war score here. Or even at least on the tooltip.
Huzzah!
Yes, just banned. Austrians have just arrived. Get out of my land! Out! There's a plague going on. I don't want you traipsing through here. Go on, get. Have I figured out how the game works? I know how war works. Ah, you cheeky little sod. Oh, you're trying to siege me? Pfft, fine. Might lose Treviso to them here, but as long as I take this, it's fine. Coming in here, spreading their diseases. I want you to just win that siege, come on. %35% chance of success. The numbers have started to go down. RGOs are starting to lose people. Come on, 35%. Damn it! Am I seriously going to lose half of my country here because we can't take this one freaking fort? Apparently yes. Thankfully they didn't go for Novara. Countryside escape, terrified of death, which is rapidly spreading throughout our population centres. The people have begun a mass exodus from urban settings to the rural, hoping to seal themselves away from the world and the disease that is ravaging it. While this response may be acceptable for the patricians and the other high classes of society, the commoners are the lifeblood of the country, and their departure from production centres would wreak havoc on the economy. Perhaps drastic measures are necessary to protect it. I'm going to allow it, because I definitely don't want to lose all of that. Yes, this will impact my economy, but it's the Black Death. At this point, I'm kind of willing to foot the bill. There we go, Harvey has fallen. Hopefully, I can go to you. Flat annex you, and also take all your money. Let's accept all of their money. Interesting. Oh, probably because going any higher is debt, and then they won't exist anymore. How much is this going to annoy people? Quite a bit. If I do this through the same screen as this instead. So I take Parma and I take Pavia. We are going to have a coalition of Lucca, Como, Mantua, Alessandria, Verona, Parma and Pavia. None of those I'm particularly scared of. Pavia and Parma are dead. Verona is a shadow of his former self. Alessandria, Mantua, Como and Lucca are only just able to do this. I am kind of okay with that. Give me all your money. Done. Peace! And Milan has grown. And now hopefully everyone is shutting down. So I'm going to use the Black Death to basically protect myself from these coalitions. Cool. And we made ourselves a bit of cash in the process. I think I'm going to... do I want to save the cash or do I want to actually start building stuff? No, I'm going to save the cash. I'm also going to drop the taxes so that these guys are not so angry with me. I'll try to keep satisfaction to a reasonable level. And yeah, if that means we need to continue printing money, then we will continue printing money. That's totally fine. Stability I want to continue investing heavily in because... turns out, shocking I know this will be, Black Death is bad for stability. Is this the first time I've played EU5? Has Paradox been giving Paradox employees the game early to playtest? This is not the first time I've played, no. But the last time I played was like 6 months ago. And it's changed actually fairly dramatically in that time. For a start, it doesn't run like... Performance was a bit of an issue back then. Still playable, but more difficult. I'm trying to get you to disband. There we go. Should have no armies up now. .38 locations, so I think basically the entirety of Milan is hit this time. 53,000 deaths out of the 1.6 million that we started with. Well, I mean, now that we've taken all of this extra territory. And get an institution. Oh, I'm still going to wait. Verona's joined the coalition. Right, that was what I was going to do. I was going to take a look who hates me the most in the coalitions, which you can see here. And... wait, why can the ones above 40 join? I thought the limit was 50. Verona can still get 11,000 men. Damn. Azo died. Signore Azo Visconti has been hiding in the symptoms for some time, but alas, on the deathbed it is clear that they have fallen to this terrible ailment that haunts the Signoria. Not much can be done for him now, only darkness awaits for him and for us. Just in pieces. New Signore. Giovanni Visconti will now rule the glorious country. He is terrible at combat. Wow. But very good at diplomacy, which is probably what we kind of need now. That does unfortunately mean that the integrations are going to be slowed down, because one thing I noticed is their stats impacts cabinet actions depending on their stat. So the previous Signore had really good military, which meant that the cabinet military bonus, which is what these two are doing, was increased. This guy is going to do the opposite. How old is he? 58. Okay, he won't be around forever. Do I instead want to undertake some diplomatic things, I wonder? What are the other options? Societal values, diplomatic endeavours, assimilation, pop growth. I mean, pop growth during the Black Death would seem to be a little bit too ironic. Consul Lupo is very, very good at diplomacy, though. I will hold off. 128,000 dead. Oh, we're making a lot of money right now. So invest a bit more into stability, I think. We've gained cores. Harona and Domodossola. And a core has max control of 20. Okay, interesting. So yeah, coring stuff is good, but how does one actually core? I know how you integrate. It's actually kind of interesting that Novara is the stuff that's being cored. Yeah, control is rising. Married adult. Should I get you married then? So the only person is Thomasina Matatesta, but that's probably because everyone's in hiding. So we will wait until after this thing is done. Oh, there goes my money. Whoa. What the hell changed? So apparently the antagonism limit's 40, not 50. A lot of workers died, yeah, but their needs have gone down too. Bohemia completely spared of it. $22 million have died so far globally. We're losing 81,000 a month. That's a lot of people. If this is anything like Brandenburg, we'll lose 700,000. Cores are gained after integration. You need a majority of an accepted culture to core. Oh, okay. All of these places that are lacking people now. There's going to be a pretty significant redistribution following this. Festivities. I think that's a terrible idea. No. We're not having a festival in the middle of the plague. Are you mad? What do you think we are? Conservatives? And for those of you who didn't get that reference, during COVID, the Conservative Party had a party in the middle of COVID, while everyone else was locked down. Okay, serfdom has now been abolished. Or at least we've researched the theory of abolishing it. What's next? Maximum RGO size. That's basically 10% more money. Sure. Oh, it's burned itself out in a few places. Are we going to drop below 1 million? Be actually kind of surprised if we don't. control of these places. Zero still. Why that? You should start getting a little bit once you've actually integrated. Well, we're back up to losing 30k. So yes, we will go below 1 million. Oh my gosh, you guys are having wars. You mad people. The attrition must be horrific. We've lost 600k. 46 million globally. It's definitely starting to burn out a little bit over here now, though. Censorship shields ally. As of late, many outspoken members of the society, some with the means of producing and distributing scandalous pamphlets across the realm, have begun to be rather critical of our ally, Upper Bavaria. However, our censorship policy allowed us to swiftly confiscate and destroy these damaging works, protecting our ally from having to react to our people's opinions. Better be thankful. Austria's grown. Austria's grown a lot. Lancaster still proud and independent. In fact, they've taken some stuff in Wales. Go Lancaster. Next month, theoretically, we should drop below 1 million. You can see the ranking of deaths for the Black Death. How do you see that? Oh, it's burned out. Milan is being cleansed, but there we are. We've dropped below 1 million. Do I have a Discord? I do. You can find it. There. Ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Come on. Still losing 28,000, but we are looking relatively plague-free compared to a lot of our neighbours right now. So how can I see what the size of the coalition is? Because this just says people that might join it. It doesn't say the people who have. What would that be? Probably diplomacy. So everyone around me joined it. No. At least it doesn't say you have here. The red rat. This just shows in our country. Well, we've apparently also got smallpox and typhus, you know, just in case that wasn't enough. I'd expect it to be here. Ah, it's hovering. Ooh, Great Iran, 13.2 million. Delhi, 7.8. France, 2. Castile, 1.8. Egypt, 1.6. Is there a way of expanding this? No. Those are just the top ones. I like how it's like, also Tyrrell. Screw those guys. Wait, they only lost 46,000? I lost 700,000. But then the population of Tyrrell is also probably significantly lower. I do have diplomats available. I'm thinking that maybe I want to send some diplomats to, for example, Genoa, and be like, hey, how about you don't join that coalition against me? Yeah. Okay, it's in 4 locations now. I'm not going to raise any of this until it's completely gone, though. I might not even raise it until it's gone from my borders, because it can always come back. The Holy Roman Emperor is dead. A sad day for the Empire. It's in 1.3k now. 71.8 million, that's more than the Brandenburg game. And it's still going. Upper Bavaria left the Ghibellines. Uh-oh. Oh, because they're not the Emperor. Instead we got Bohemia. You know what? I'll take it. But they are still fairly significantly stronger than we are. Genoa's going to drop off the antagonism list soon enough. After that, I think I could handle a war. The spread of usury. The act of lending money and offering loans are permitted in the Christian faiths. Making an unethical profit from loans through interest, on the other hand, is very much forbidden. As such, many Christian merchants, guilds and royals have to rely on the Jews and other moneylenders who do not have to follow such rules. However, religious condemning does not stop profit-seeking merchant families from establishing money-lending businesses. Usury is becoming more of a common sight, and while there is the possibility to benefit from their services, the clergy wish to stop the spread of such an unholy practice. No, I'm good with getting some banking, potentially in Parma. I could embrace the Renaissance at this point. Still kind of happy with just letting it spread, though. Select a country to have a royal marriage with. That's more like it. So the Renaissance has spread through quite a lot of us. Banking still hasn't really arrived. Professional armies, though, has. Still, I'm in no particular hurry. I'm actually quite happy just continuing to research down that tree. Okay, most of the people around us no longer have it. Lugano, however, is still struggling. So the restrictions will remain in place. Genoa's dropped off. Now I feel far more confident about being able to actually fend off that attack should it ever come through. What's my army at? 7,000. So we lost about 4,000 levies. Just notice how many notifications I have. Yeah, I know. It's because my country is in tatters because of this thing going on right now. Though it has now mostly burned out. Okay, it's no longer in our territory. Ferrara is still being hit hard by it, though. And I didn't need to repeal these things. Oh, that's just costing me a ducat. And not having to repeal those things didn't cost me all of my stability. Okay, apparently I messed that up as Brandenburg. Because I repealed everything and completely tanked my country. However, our expenses are still ludicrously high. That's because I was still paying fort maintenance for some reason. Stability I can drop down now that I know it's not going to be quite as catastrophic in effect. But I'm still minting out the absolute maximum. We're having to buy a lot of food. Well, hopefully now that markets are opening again, things should stabilize. Because we are trading once more. Right, now let's see about getting our heir married. It's still the only option. You're kind of rubbish. We'll wait. Children can have better educations. Katerina! 3 years old. You are gregarious. You like diplomacy. So how about you have a diplomatic education then? And Elisabetta is ambitious. Ambitious, I'm quite happy with you being balanced. That's fine. Then Barnaba is also ambitious. Fantastic. So how bad is our economy looking? Pretty bad. We lost a lot of people, which means a lot of RGOs are currently empty, so we're not producing goods. I know the RGOs actually recover relatively quickly, because it's all about the promotion rate from peasant to labourer, which isn't terrible, but replacing all of these losses, the Burkers, is going to take a lot longer. But it's just a thing that'll happen over time. And yes, population is growing again now. Thankfully, Brescia is almost integrated. And it is actually Lombard, so control here should be decent. So why, pray, is it not? Conquered -10. Well, once that conquered is gone, once we've integrated it, and it will actually, basically it's a 15% swing, so it'll be fine. The philosopher Francesco Petrarca has not shied back from expressing opinions contrary to those of Giovanni Visconti and the Holy Church. His latest publishings appear to have been particularly provocative, so much so that the Church is demanding we hand him over to their inquisitors to be tried for heresy and persuaded to recant. Denying them would anger the Church greatly, but Petrarca has many supporters amongst the Milanese educated elites. So we can burn him, we can allow him to be free, or we can burn them all! Which will make the Church very happy. Stay free. We're not aligned with the Church here. We're friendly to them, but we're not aligned with them. You became cruel. Amazing. Can execute characters, yes. Oh, you yourself are not married. It's basically free prestige. Alright, that one I'll allow. Don't want to marry her to my heir. Although we're not... No, it's still dynastic, so... The heir may well actually be the heir. I was going to say, the heir isn't really the heir, because we're a republic. We're a dynastic republic. You should build roads and bridges to gain control. Sure, if I have more money. I mean, I still have this slight problem. This is not as good as it looks. I should in fact probably turn it down. Okay, let the recovery begin, please. Pretty please. Novara has been caught. That is very good, actually. Control rises. Novara is the town centre here. Oh, control can go up to 43 now. Hello. How about you? 9% control in our gold mine! At last! It's been integrated, it's cored. That is the gold mine, right? Yeah. I hadn't even put that together. Sweet. Okay. So I'm going to continue to try to make one ducat in profit where I can. But otherwise we're going to start backing off on the minting. Because I'd quite like to get this inflation under control. It's rather high. But thankfully inflation is a lot easier to control in this than it used to be. Armies are moving through my lands. Genoa's at war with somebody. It's the Pope, isn't it? The Bisphoric of Sion. So we still badly need sturdy grains. Oh, the other thing which was a big suggestion was to try to create your own market. Because then you can dramatically boost market access. It would cost 342 ducats, however. Not something I can do right now. We're not a million miles away from Genoa, so it's not terrible. But if you look at the... here, 88% access. You know what, actually 87, 88. Genoa's fine. It's a bit lower further north. But market access is basically just a blanket penalty to production. Gained cause in Asola, Palazzo, Salo, Brenner, and Noza. Is that Brescia by any chance? Yes, it is. Excellent. Brescia itself, however, remains to be integrated. And here, control goes from basically 0 to 32. Good! Good, good, good. What did I do to Austria? I have not touched Austria. Austria have just grown. The only ones I've been beating up is my immediate neighbours. Consolidating a little bit here in Italy. Man, Austria's huge. Just noticed all the territories they have over here. Upper Bavaria too. Loads of random spots. HRE is gonna HRE, I guess. Right, do I want to have a Senato? Now would seem to be a better time. Don't know that there's necessarily anything I really want from it. So until they start complaining that we haven't had it, I'm not going to bother. Inflation continues to rise. RGOs are still recruiting. Oh no, sorry, those were the production buildings. These are the RGOs. And it tells you here how long it's going to take, I believe, yeah, with monthly promotions. Upper Bavaria have broken their alliance. That's not good. Is there anyone I would prefer to have an alliance with? Like Austria, maybe? Bohemia? Meissen, Luxembourg, Würzburg. The Papal States would accept an alliance. That's actually kind of tempting. My other ally is Florence. Yes. Florence, do you hate the Papal States? No. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Alliances with Florence and Papal States? I'm actually very happy with the status of my diplomacy right now. That's quite nice. I could also potentially decrease my... Yeah, decrease my diplomatic spending. Let's go down to 0. Is there anyone I want to improve relations with, actually? Do this. Your opinion's super high. Your opinion's super high. Maybe Bohemia? The Visconti Palace. Our pivot towards a more central capital and formation of a unified state in Lombardy has severed our close connections with Milano. With our focus on the city of Pavia, it is certain that we need a grand residence to go with it. As such, members of our court have proposed the foundation of a new palace to signify the start of a new era. After the conquest of Pavia in 1359, so we're ahead of schedule, the Visconti decided to found a palace there. The site was chosen due to its centrality and role at the capital of the Lombard kingdom. The residence was to be a symbol of the Milanese hegemony and spiritual successorship to the kingdom. So we could fund it, which would be crazy expensive. Or we could say no. Considering it's right next door to Milan, I know I've been supporting everything else, but this is really expensive. My economy is horrible. So, no. Absolutely not. And while we're talking about it, I'm going to reduce my minting even more. Green! We're not increasing interest anymore. Huzzah! We're mostly just in recovery mode at the moment. And Brassia is very nearly fully integrated now, which is good. Advanced mills are done, so the RGOs have just grown, so it's going to take even longer to fill them up. Considering where we are, food production's not really an issue, but we could potentially do with more burghers in towns and cities. So guilds might be a good move here. I also want Roman Orthodoxy because our cultural tradition is really high. Now we can have a festival. Commoners gain estate happiness. Speaking of which, your taxes are not where they should probably be. Not even close, especially for the patricians. There we are. If I don't do this, I just lose prestige. You know what? It's just so low anyway, I don't really care. Not minting anything. Bye-bye inflation. goes down by 0.08. But still, inflation is now kind of under control. Brescia is going to be integrated next month, which should earn us even more cash. And then we can start investing. Although I don't know where I should start, seeing as we still have this as a problem. Maybe I'll build some market villages. I'm not sure yet. Something I could do is declare war on some pushover small nations for ducats. People already kind of hate me. So I think I'd rather let them cool down. Because I've just taken out Parma and Pavia. Okay, cool. Brescia. Excellent. With that, you're done. And with that, control goes from 0 to 25. Still not great, but it's better. And then you can choose somewhere else to integrate. I could increase province control, actually. No, I think I'm going to continue into... No, this is not a good time to integrate. This is a good time to do control. Mariano, I think I want to keep around as our general. Matteo. I don't actually have that many good administrators. And this would also cost me a little bit of stability, which I don't really want to pay right now. So let's just continue with the It's not efficient, though. No, you know what? We should just pay the stability to employ someone else. The real question is, what do I want you to do instead? So diplomacy is an assimilation thing, too. How are we doing for non-Lombard cultures? 78% Lombard. This was the big problem that Brandenburg had, is this is such a mixed area that getting more unified cultures was actually really difficult. So where's Piemontese? It's over there. Ah, it's over there. So I could try to convert the Piemontese. That's not a terrible idea. Novara, what are you predominantly? We're actually predominantly Lombard, so not necessary particularly. So no, I don't think assimilation is necessary. Pop growth and prosperity recovery. Could do pop growth just in Milan. Don't need to do conversions. Boosting control. But I kind of feel like that would be a relatively temporary thing to be doing. Sorry, let's do it. Yeah, let's replace you. Should I just bring in Borgia? I'm not at war at the moment. I'm going to switch you out if we go to war. Okay, and then you can start to work on boosting control Now, what I would really like to see here is what the max control is. I don't actually care about the current control. Well, no, actually, I want to see both. I want to see current, I want to see maximum, because without seeing maximum, this is a useless list. But I think the place that needs it most right now is probably Brescia. And yes, I'm fairly sure that I am below 25% crown control. In fact, I'm significantly below that, but I don't really know how to raise it. I'm assuming it's by stealing these things, but they're so expensive in terms of stability that it's not really something I can do. Do I get any bonus for having high opinion with the Pope? Like in EU4 you generate more papal influence to spend on buffs. Good question. I haven't looked at this at all. I currently have 33 influence, gain 0.2. Can have up to 1,000. Doesn't look like it, no. Which is a bit weird, seeing as I'm basically besties with the Pope at this point. Oh, you can actually see the... Oh no, this is my expenditure. Ah, you can see how much they're making from everyone paying into it. Which does what? Okay, so with church influence you can kick some of these things off. So clergy, satisfaction, tolerance of heathens, estate satisfaction, institution growth. I mean, that one could be nice at the moment because institutions are growing really fast. Maritime presence and imperial authority. There are various saints. No idea what they do. Holy sites, and then members of Catholicism, of which there are many. And yeah, you can see your relations limit here. So it's in the diplomacy tab, and then there's this. So being Milan and being uber diplomatic, I have a huge relations limit, which I'm just not using. I probably should be a bit better about that. And yes, you can increase that by diplomatic spending. So even spending 0, I have crazy diplomatic relations. Oh, you can get more crown power by giving... Right. Because he's a patrician, so he's getting more power from that. So if I look at the estates and then the patricians, crown power. From nobles, aristocracy, land rights, fortification, Visconti city-states. 2 cabinet ministers are increasing it by 12.5% each. So I could increase that by having my own people doing this. Okay. I'm losing some from traditional distribution. However, my ruler's administrative ability is basically the thing keeping this alive. Unfortunately, I just kind of have a bad ruler. But there's nothing that would really help that. Carry on. 89 million died from the Black Death. It's now burned out. Corrupt taxmen. Those who handle large sums of money have always been tempted to claim more than their fair share of it, and tax collectors are no exception. However, while we can afford some money being lost along the way, affluent citizens have recently found out they can avoid paying taxes altogether by just paying large bribes to the taxmen instead. Currently, this scheme seems to be supported by a lot of the older collectors who are trying to retire comfortably. While tacitly allowing the practice is costly, we might be able to avoid spending time and effort on a detailed investigation and instead wait it out. Hell no. Investigate and replace. I want their money! In fact, don't investigate and replace. Investigate and find the shit out of. It's not one ally is one relation. The actual power of the ally creates the number. Correct. So the more powerful allies you have, the more diplo slots will take. Now I can actually fish around for another alliance. Is there anyone that looks tempting? On the face of it, no. Luxembourg, Würzburg. Am I improving relations with Bohemia? No, I think I'm going to do that first. As they are the current HRE. Now I'm earning 2 ducats a month, which is rather nice. Burkers really do like us. I should probably strip some privileges from them so I can centralize my own power a little bit more. Let's boost stability gain a bit more. The Burkers do have a lot of the... Oh, it costs stability though, it doesn't cost money. Guilds have been researched. Excellent. Let's take a look at this. In fact, you know what? This might even be time to get the institution. What's Renaissance going to give me? Cultural influence. Another government reform. That's quite nice. Invest in culture. Another cabinet seat would be amazing. Crown power. So yeah, I think we probably do want the Renaissance. Is it a more reasonable price now? Yes. We could also potentially get professional armies. Army maintenance, tactics, massive tactics boost. Gunsmiths. New unit types. Right now, my economy is the weaker thing. I have good allies, so I'm not too concerned about people declaring war on me. So yes, let's get the Renaissance. Under our enlightened leadership, we have now fully embraced the Renaissance. Starting now in the 14th century, the wealthy and powerful in the Italian city-states have been patronizing artists and scholars willing to explore the old Roman and Greek societies of their forefathers. As a cultural movement, the Renaissance already encompasses most of the region and has had a profound impact on literature, art, philosophy and music. Humanist scholars are also analysing the society in which they live, comparing it to the ideals of the classical philosophers. Renaissance humanism has grown into a more mature movement, ready to permeate all aspects of society. A new ideal for rulers, as well as those who are ruled, is spreading as quickly as the early printers can distribute copies of these new ideas. A true Renaissance humanist is an expert on everything from politics and philosophy to art, textual analysis, music, and architecture. The Renaissance is now ready to reshape the world to better fit its classical ideals. And with that, let's go ahead and research the Renaissance. See you, Shandong. Now, is there anyone left to marry? No, I have a feeling that you are going to be pretty unmarried. But stability going down actually means that the stability is going to be rising faster towards an equilibrium. Markets with low food stockpile. Is that just because of this army? So. We are actually importing a lot of food. I wish this was the other way around. So Levante... Why are you going down so hard? It's the coast. I think it's just the fact that Genoa is a big city. But that kind of gives us an opportunity to invest in... Well, it's also going to be partially a problem the RGOs are still filling up. Monastic intellectuals. In our state, intellectuals do not stay cooped up in their homes or waste their time on strange theoretical concepts as secular institutions. Rather, they attend to monasteries and use their gifted minds for the good of all that is holy. In practice, this means we are blessed with practical knowledge from our religious institutions for the good of the people, the state, and the faith. Monthly prosperity, control, proximity cost. Research progress 5% slower. We have less tolerance of heresy. As much as I'm tempted by the prosperity and control, no. More silence. Bohemia wants to do the Golden Bull. That's the HRE. What does that mean? I'm not a voter, so I don't really care. Catholicism has gained Ilias qui se pro divini. Antagonism received minus 20%. Arrgh. Lawrence is expanding. My antagonism is still relatively high, however. As one can see from this. And all the blue is just nations that are not Italian or not Catholic. So they have a baseline of antagonism. But these are the ones that are still the most angry. With a little bit around here on the sides. 31, 21, 20, 43. What about the big dogs? Only 10 in Genoa. 25 in Siena. My allies don't give a rat's ass that I'm expanding. So that's nice. Ooh, Austria has a bit. So does Provence. But 20% less antagonism does kind of say, hey, this is an opportunity to do some expansion. However, we have no CBs, and as we've seen previously, getting CBs is actually kind of challenging at the moment. Force into faction or excommunication, neither of which I care about. One province away from the sea, yeah, unfortunately that province is now all Genoa. End of the Black Death! It seems the last remnants of the plague have finally disappeared. Are those of us that survived the cursed, or the blessed? Throughout the Black Death situation, the Reaper claimed the souls of 672,000 of our population, so almost half. Not quite. The RGOs are still recruiting, and it's going to take them a while to recover. However, we are making more and more money, which is lovely, although part of that's probably from tax. So what I think I want to do is I want to keep a baseline of 50 ducats, because loans suck. Though they don't suck as much in this as they did in EU4, because they don't increase interest. Interest is still really high, but we're not minting anything at the moment, so interest is falling. We will want to try to save up the stability and gold to get professional armies, although I'm kind of happy investing a little bit in Renaissance just to make ourselves more stable. Have we successfully raised control as much as I wanted to here? Yes. Yes, I have. So you should really move somewhere else. Probably Novara. Yeah, because maximum control here is 62. Currently 26. Minus 17, because I don't really care about the maximum control that they can exert. I'm just using him to boost that up faster. What is my interest? My interest or my inflation? Interest, we have no loan, so we're not paying anything. Inflation's currently 10.9. But we're paying it down pretty aggressively at this point. 100 Years' War continues to rage. In the Brandenburg game, that ended after about 5 years. So how's the rest of the world looking? Lithuania is growing. We're definitely seeing a little bit of consolidation within the HRE. The blobs are getting a bit blobbier. Ottomans have grown. In fact, Anatolia in general has blobbed up a bit. Golden Horde hasn't done much. Let's see what their army size is. 20k. It's actually less than I was expecting. Considering I could at my height raise 11. That is after the Black Death though. Another thing I could actually do, as I have the money for it, is start thinking about getting some regular units. No, because inflation's really high, I don't want to do that. Yeah, getting the sergeantry was a massive waste. I should not have bothered doing that as early as I did. Another thing I could do... Ooh, Provence. Oh, we have to be a neighbour. Yeah, so what I was thinking is, because I am so positive in cash at the moment, and we're still waiting for RGOs and things to fill, so there's no real point building other things just yet. What we could do is decrease taxation, which will increase the satisfaction of these people, which will in turn increase satisfaction, which will in turn increase control. Though that's temporary, only so long as the taxes may remain a bit lower. Sale of titles. One of our advisors suggests selling off the titles to the patricians to anyone who can afford to pay. It would bring us lots of money and be an open way for social advancement for the rich if we do. It would devalue the idea of the patricians, perhaps upset the existing aristocratic families. So the patricians at the moment are kind of the most upset about things. But conversely, I like money. Rise pretty quickly. I'll upset it. I don't even seem that pissed. I'm very often not seeing the impact on the estates that I'm expecting to see. Oh no, 36. Rise. Oh, that's what it's rising to. It doesn't show the current. Let me see. Well, if I don't tax them, the equilibrium should be reset more quickly. 0.2 monthly change. Does that change based on the gap? Yes, I think it does. Although how much I couldn't tell you. Also started to play through Milan. How am I faring? So far so good. I've expanded a bit. I'm mostly trying to consolidate the territories that I do have and make them a bit more productive. Speaking of making things productive, I think it is now going to be time for us to build some market villages. Because we only have one at the moment. So they're not going to make us a huge amount of money. But they will increase the number of labourers, which are needed for the production buildings. They'll increase the number of soldiers, which will be useful later. Peasant power will increase, but that's fine. Food capacity will go up, that's fine. Trade advantage and trade capacity, though, are the ones I'm really after. And yes, I know that marketplaces are generally better for that, but marketplaces require workers, which right now, huge shortages. So let's go place a couple of these. Do for now. And this will increase our trade capacity so we can start buying and selling more stuff. Building roads are good for getting control. Right, I was going to look at that. Is that in here? Actually sure where the road building stuff is shown. Where is it? I know I've seen it. Location screen on the left. So roads are expensive. Oh, this builds from one location to another. I see. So from that location to the place. So if I wanted to build from Milan, for example, to Domodosa, which is where my gold mine is, it would cost me 336 ducats. But if I did it from here to Parma, it already... Oh no, it doesn't. It would cost 87. So there must be something which is lower level than the gravel road, because you can see the roads are here already. What kind of road is there presently? Yeah, I assumed that terrain would play a role. So connecting roads between like Parma, Brescia, Cremona, uh, basically all the cities that are down here is probably the first thing I want to do. Then we can set up the road going north. We probably do want a road to Novara though. So maybe that's what I should investigate first. That would be 125. That's a lot more affordable. $87 to Parma. That's probably the first one we want to do. So let's save up for the road to Parma. But because those were different colours, I'm assuming... research Renaissance. Ah, nice. That there'll be other things we can do. So with Renaissance... Renaissance thought is the government reforms and the cabinet seat. Those are the two that I definitely want, and then crown power. So I think we basically just go down this side. The culture stuff I'm not as interested in. It's power projection. Countries with higher power projection can exploit nations with less. If ours is higher than others, we'll be able to build a trade office, slave center, or mission, or other things in their location. See. Anatomy increases character life expectancy and disease resistance. It's a chancery. Literacy for nobles and burghers. Also increases the efficiency of the cabinet. Interesting. But yeah, we want to get the Renaissance thought to get the permanent cabinet. The notion of a noble oligarchy ruling society has existed still since, well, the Roman times, and has remained popular in some parts of the world. Now this idea is once again gaining popularity amongst those who matter. And next month we'll drop below 10% inflation, which would be really good. Right, we can find another ally. Aquilia, maybe? If we improve relations with them. How's Lower Bavaria feeling about other people? You're currently rivals with Bohemia, so pass. Upper Bavaria, why did you decide you hated me? I guess because relations dropped too low? Like, we still have really high trust with them because we were allied to them for a long time. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to improve relations with Upper Bavaria. See if we can get that alliance back. Because they're just kind of a natural ally. I'm improving relations with Bohemia mostly just because I want to keep the Emperor on side, but with Upper Bavaria, I'd like to keep them friendly. And then Genoa so they don't attack me. Also, don't know if you come across them already or not. Make sure the towns and cities get basic infrastructure like temples and bridges. Don't think we've got those yet. go to the building manager. Can't build temples. Couple of places that want bridges. What do bridges do? Movement cost and proxy cost. I think I want to focus on the roads first, then we can worry about the bridges after that. So I'm trying to save up for 130 ducats, because again, I want to keep a minimum of 50. Missing some tar, so be it. Losing a bit of money on those buildings, but not a huge amount. Still nobody to marry. Missing a lot of employees and marketplaces. RGOs slowly but surely filling. In another year or so, our economy should be roughly where we expect it to be. Which would be like the end of the basic recovery after the Black Death. Ooh, Connor's not happy. Why is that? What have you got to be angry about? Oh, you don't like the fact I haven't called a parliament yet. Okay, we can do that. This in Milan to get the extra centralization. And... build a cathedral in Parma. Literacy for clergy, migration attraction, population conversion. Support a noble cabinet. Gianfrancesco de Coriago gains a bunch of skills. We move towards aristocracy. 20% efficiency. Oh, while it's being discussed. Forest exploitation, expand forestry cost. I haven't really been doing any forestries. That would be lumber cutting. Ties to neighbours, increase relations with Sion, Como and Trent. That would make them less likely to attack me. Also diplomatic reputation. Burqa satisfaction. Plutocracy. But that would probably piss off the others. Urbanization, pop promotion speed. You know what? We want that. We definitely want that. Pluzone also becomes a town. I'm okay with this. Alright, let's see if we can get urbanization to pass. Tax exemption for the Burqas for 5 years. Yes. There we go, it passed. That was easy. Could ask for a CB as well. Don't really want to lose research. Losing stability I'm not against. That would only be for 10% support. We'd be down to 7. So you know what? No. I'm okay with this. This is fine. We'll get the urbanization going. You should pin your building resource and books. I don't know what you mean by that. You mean like lumber? Masonry? At the moment, I haven't really run into any issues with those resources. So I'm now losing money because the cost of the quartz gone up. Temporarily, and short term, I think that's going to be okay. Visits from some shady people. A few shady-looking characters have appeared at the court, offering their services to the Signore. They claim to be willing and able to do things that any proper ruler would never deign to do publicly. No, I'm going to refuse and I'll take the prestige, thank you very much. Interesting. Alright. And this early in the game, those are the main construction resources. Neither of them are low. And in this area, they never have been. Take links. Libraries and books make people extremely happy and help the literacy raise the populace. Oh, damn it. Didn't see what that was. Denmark! Guess they heard I was living in Sweden. That threw me. Hope did a thing. Nope, don't know what it was. Alright, so money still dropping, but I still want to drop the inflation. Jousting tournament. The proud banners of Milan flutter in the wind. The gilded trumpets blow 4 blast salutes, honouring the Signore's equestrian elite. The air is filled with the smells of roasted almonds, horses, and intrigue. Milanese cultural and military prominence are truly great boons, and nowhere is this fact more real than here today. So we can watch Matteo. 5% chance of him dying. We gain Republican tradition, we gain some prestige. I'd be quite happy to watch him joust. We gained Republican tradition. We're at 98. Oh, and that means that stability cost is really cheap for us. So we should probably boost that a bit more. One of the more difficult things about being a parliamentarian is less to do with the debates in Milano and more to do with how to sell the debates and compromises to the people back home. Still, a local Senato member will often have an easier time explaining a new tax than would a collector sent by the central government in less representative systems. It seems the Senato members in general, and the ones at the Palazzo in particular, have become so adept at defending policies that we've seen a resulting rise in the support of the central government as a whole. Nice. Sicily wants to expand commerce. Okay. I do kind of wish that EU would better moderate the music levels. Because some of the songs are really loud and some of them are really quiet. Down to 8.9% inflation. That's good. And before we've really kicked off any like major building sprees too. Senato agrees, so Cluzone has become a town, and we gained a bunch of satisfaction in Cluzone. So what the heck actually is Cluzone? Should never be on the map, should it? There it is. It produces iron. Has 0 control. You have maximum satisfaction, but 0 control. Why do you have 0 control? Oh, because it still hasn't been integrated. Let's see. What places do I still need to integrate? Incidentally, quite a few. Yeah, okay. Should really integrate with Pavia, seeing as it's right next door to Milan. It'd be very easy to do. Same with Cremona. Okay, so we still have a lot of work to do. It's basically what that's telling me. But right now is not the time to do integrations because we have an absolutely garbage military ruler. Right, and you were talking about libraries and books. I mean, this is all dependent on me having money to spend, which right now, no, I don't. Scriptorum, I guess, makes the books? Yes. Would be quite profitable. Oh, that requires masonry, not stone. And library. Which can be built in a few places, and I actually have the populace to do it. Huh. Interesting. Literacy, institution growth would be good. Yeah, maybe I should build one of these in Milan. How much? 35. Really? That it? Huh. However, there is definitely a shortage of books here. But not of paper. And definitely not of tools. Because we do still want to embrace... Oh, banking is finally spread to us. Excellent. And professional armies are spreading like wildfire, so I'll probably just wait for that one to fully spread. Because I'm still quite happy researching the things that I'm researching. Increases in local max literacy. Can I even see where that is? Oh, that's buildings. What I want to do is demographics. Where do I even see literacy? Don't know. Still losing money. Again. It's because the buildings are starting to get more expensive. Now that there are people working in them. And there we are. Yeah, so most of the buildings have now got employees properly. RGOs are still recruiting, but we're into the last tranche. So what I was saying, that my economy is now basically where I expect it to be, that's bad because we're still losing money. Though I can increase your taxes again. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. And the patricians, I'm going to charge you taxes too. There we are. Okay, so this is actually the state of my economy at the moment. And the Burke is actually for us. Which privilege did I want to remove? I don't really want to go negative stability. No, we're not doing that. Not to that level. A new signore! Matteo has taken over, and he is the opposite to his father. Good admin, good military. So I'm perfectly happy doing the jobs that we're doing. So I'm kind of glad that he didn't last too long. Matteo is only 35, so he's going to be around for a while. And he still needs to get married, but there is just nobody around us with eligible daughters, apparently. I found automating trade helps the economy. Oh, it's been automated from the start. I'm not touching this. It's way too micromanaging. Like, micromanaging production? Sure, if I ever have money. But we started this game without really understanding how the economy works. I have a much better understanding of it now. But it's going to take a bit of time to recover to that level where I can start investing again. Ghibellines. We are actually catching them. They were 5% ahead for a while. As we get stronger, I assume. Bohemia's down here for some reason. Oh, there's a quest. So you. And there we go, Renaissance thought is done, so we have another government reform that we can apply. Let's take a look. So we could do the local army organisation to get bigger peasant armies. Garrison size, defensive fortification maintenance. That one would actually be quite nice, because we do have a lot of forts. Legislative efficiency is how quickly we change laws, which I haven't really had a problem with. I'm thinking maybe the garrison system. We tend to fight defensively, so that works well. Right, new technology. So the thing that we wanted now was the cabinet seat, so the permanent cabinet, absolutely. Rulers traditionally had a council of advisors to counsel and advise them in making decisions about war and peace. Now, the government of our country has become so complex that we need some more permanent positions to help us deal with the day-to-day governance. And that's also going to allow me to start integrating more aggressively again. Speaking of which, you are probably done. Control. So you can start working on integration once more. And let's have you work on integrating Pavia. Which is already getting a decent amount of control, even while being completely unintegrated. Pavia is going to be a big get for us. Political crisis. Political crises occur from time to time in our Signoria. They often involve a conflict between Matteo Visconti and the Senato, unrest among the patricians, or conflicts between the patricians, workers, and clergy. One such crisis has recently cast doubt among our governing institutions. So efficiency of the cabinet goes down, or we lose prestige. I'll take the prestige here. And keep these guys active. And then we can also change laws, which I've honestly just not even looked at. Oh, this costs a bunch of stability to do, I see. Does it show which is active right now? Ah, there it says what it does. Centralization, legislative effectiveness, Republican tradition, efficiency of the cabinet. All of those actually seem very reasonable. But I don't have the stability to spend on all of this. I'm actually negative stability right now, so ignore it. Drop a little bit more on stability. Although we are losing money again. Two more years and then most of those marketplaces will be actually up and running. And then we'll be back up to maximum trade efficiency. Integrations and control are still undergoing. Florence asked us to help in the Noble Civil War. Against what? You really need my help for this? Okay, how do I set what the actual hotkey is for the locking tooltip? Because I know it's possible. I know that you can do the action lock. But how do you set what the lock is? Lock camera? Because I'm getting really tired of having to wait for that timer. And I've just not seen how I can set what the lock is. See you, Intranite. If you get vassals, you can force them to culture convert under subjugation actions. I haven't been able to get vassals. Whenever I go to war, I can only annex. There is no vassalization option. Unless you annex and then release, but that seems weird. Should be a vassalized option. There never has been. Believe me, I've looked. Where is this bloody hotkey? It just doesn't exist. These are all different map modes. Can also release from conquered land. Great subjects. I'll do it on that wall. Yeah. I'm fairly sure that you can handle this, Florence. There we go, Florence handled it. Right, back to this. Because, yeah, I thought that this would be the way to play conquest through vassalization. I had the same problem with Brandenburg. It was just never an option when you're annexing, or when you're peace deal. But as we just saw, where were the places needed integration the most? Because you were doing Pavia. So Parma needs it, Piacenza needs it. And honestly, Bergamo. Right, I integrated Brescia, not Bergamo. So I probably want to vassalize Cremona, Parma, and Piacenza at the moment. And my... Oh no, my diplomatic capacity's collapsed. It used to be 6. And that was with without diplomatic spending. So I can probably afford 1, so maybe I should get Parma as a vassal. Maybe Cremona. Oh. Do I want this to be a Visconti? Probably. I have someone called Margarita. Oh, pizza. Be careful with personal union. She had an issue where Bohemia stole a personal union with Sweden while playing as Norway. Thankfully I don't have any PUs. Definitely had some weirdness with forced vassalization work around his conquer and release. Yeah. This would be releasing people from the crown, though, which I'm not a huge fan of. Because I'd potentially like to make them into... advisors. And do I still get to choose their rulers? Probably not after this. Nah, I'm going to keep playing the way I've been playing. We haven't been doing Vassal Swarm, so we won't do Vassal Swarm. We can do that in the future. It's fine. Another one? Guys, what the hell is going on? It's a bit close. Better. If it looked like they were in danger, I would have actually summoned some troops, but it doesn't look like they are, so I'm not going to. However, I'm now losing a bucket load of money. What the heck is going on here? Buildings are getting increasingly expensive. I have 11 temples. Yeah, it's because they're getting more and more people working in them, isn't it? Yes, it is. And so far, the trade doesn't seem to be offsetting the cost. Like at all. So my marketplaces are costing me 1.88, and I'm making 1.9 from trade. That's barely worthwhile. But these numbers make a lot more than 1.88. So what's going on? Wait until the end of the month and see what happens. A fortunate peasant, by virtue of the connections he has made in our court, as well as some shrewd business decisions, the peasant Capitan Lando Roman has managed to amass a significant fortune that rivals even the successful amongst our burghers. Most are already assuming that he belongs, but is that really the message we should send? So we can basically make him into a burgher. They gain 172 ducats. Moves us towards plutocracy. Rich peasant is still a peasant. Commoners gain a lot of money instead. We gain stability. Why are we moving towards plutocracy? Merchant courts, elite patronage, plutocratic ethos, government reform, political principle, policy. Because I think... I do like the discipline from aristocracy. Trade efficiency. What does that do? There it is. It's basically a blanket boost to the price of goods. Which, yeah, okay. If I'm doing a production economy rather than a military economy, which I am, then welcome to the burgher class. Married. How much is it going to cost to get the professional armies? Only 9 ducats at this point and 10 stability. That's probably more worthwhile. No, you know what? We'll wait until this research is done, then we'll think about embracing. Also, my stability just keeps on going down and down and down. Ah, and stability is reducing the estate satisfaction. Which is why I'm having to drop their taxes, because they're getting angrier and angrier because stability isn't there. Also, why can't I charge the burghers more tax? Because they have the less taxes for burghers. Which is a timed modifier. Where can I see timed modifiers? There it is. Really, what is the button for the action thing? It's not that. It's that. Okay. December 58, so it's another 3 years. I have another government. I have another government reform. Can move even further and harder towards plutocracy. Peasant levies could be good. We're back up to 9,000 that we can recruit. At some point we should start getting some regulars as well, because it's clear that people around us are starting to do that themselves. And it would mean that the constant investment that I've had in that sergeantry can finally actually start paying dividends. Alternatively, if we were going to do the diplomatic game, we could do diplomatic traditions. The current guy is definitely not a diplomat. Right, but the previous guy was, which is why I had such high diplomatic capacity. That modifier must have been like high. Yeah, it was like 40% higher. Being broke hurts your diplomatic reputation. No, that's because I... Was that in this game or was that in the Brandenburg game? Must have been in this one, but I'm fairly sure that's because I did some cheeky things with loans. Yes, it was in this game. So I took a loan, then the banking house I took the loan from themselves went bankrupt. So I basically forgot to repay it, which I think had like a 10-year diplomatic reputation penalty. But because my Diplo rep was already so high, I basically ignored that. But you know what? I'm going to renege on what I was saying earlier. So we are, in fact, going to go diplomatic traditions. And we are, in fact, going to release Parma. Except I can't, because I'm at war again. Thanks, Florence. Provence is once again excommunicated. The race is on. This war's going to take an annoying amount of time, isn't it? I can already tell. You seem to be winning, though. You seem to be winning very handily. 5-star army. Is that a 5-star army or a 5-star general? General. 93. Oof. That guy is amazing. 99 admin, 72 diplomacy, 93 military. Bloody hell. Raimondo Doria. Incompetent diplomacy. You what, mate? Almost inconceivable how incompetent Matteo Visconti is when handling diplomacy. We don't know how he did it, but he managed to hurt our diplomatic standing in the world with a single letter of apology to an ambassador. Diplo rep -4, monthly diplomats -0.1. Amazing. I didn't think it was even possible to go negative, but apparently it is. Yep, diplomats are in fact leaving. Okay. I need to stop spending so much on stability. At least the local nobility are doing their part. You might actually lose this. How did they overtake you? Wait, you lost your capital? Oh, that's just embarrassing. Am I really going to need to form an army and send them down there? No, I'm not. Good. Right, so back to what I was doing, which was diplomacy, create subject, custom subject, Cremona. No, it wasn't Cremona, it was Parma. Although it's probably both. That's all. And then we're going to make this... Hilo della Torre, someone who's not amazing that I probably won't use for anything else. And then I was also going to do Cremona. Well, before I do that, let's check this. We've got loads of capacity. Cremona is disloyal. Why? Because I need to increase relations with you both. Which is going to cost me money, but at least I'm making money again, so there is that. So let's go and start spending some diplomacy. This also increases loyalty of subjects, so that's a reason to actually invest in diplomatic spending, or rather, that's a reason not to do diplomatic spending, not to have vassals. I do like how they're different variants of my colour though, that's nice. Nice touch. There we go, permanent cabinet has been researched, and with that we are now going to grab professional armies. Armies have existed since war was invented many thousands of years ago. However, the form has changed over the centuries and different types of recruitment and organisation have developed for different cultures and periods. In the late Middle Ages, armies in a wide range of societies relied on levies based on structures of feudal society, with knights and footmen forming the core of what was levied seasonally. In some regions, however, states were powerful enough to finance standing armies with professional soldiers who would be available for duty throughout the year. This system was developed in Europe after the outbreak of the Hundred Years' War, being one of the main changes that promoted the military revolution in early modern age. Increasing the size and quality of professional armies while finding new sources of revenue to finance them soon became the main challenge for rulers around the world. And now we can research military stuff too. Although, getting a flat 10% crown power, I had actually meant to do that first. And it's after that I don't care about so much. I need to find the professional armies. We won't get down to this. Wow, we really are the shining beacon of the growth of institutions. Not too shabby. My Milan game just now was allied to Hungary and fighting the Pope. The Pope was fully occupied and Hungary signed defeat and gave away my land. Oof. Pope was fully occupied and Hungary accepted defeat. That doesn't seem right. Okay, Cremona is in fact giving me stuff. Is there a subject here? Yes, there is. Okay, now they're being loyal. And they can raise a decent number of troops, actually. That's interesting. Yeah, we're quite significantly stronger with vassals, actually. And we have the diplomatic capacity to manage it. We should have done this like 50 years earlier. Well, I mean, we've only been playing for 20, so... eh. Subject actions, here we go. Enforced culture gives them 100 liberties to desire. And I'm still not actually gaining diplomats. Oh yeah, very slowly. I want to release Piacenza as well. Pavia I'm going to keep, but Piacenza I think I might well release. That was in here. It wasn't. Still able to manage that. Good. Right, and I have an empty cabinet slot now. So we should probably make use of it. And everyone is focusing on integration, so let's go ahead and integrate. Bergamo. 100% Bergamo. And you need to be someone who is military competent, who is preferably a member of the crown. So... Galeazzo. And we're up to 20% control now. Or crown power, rather. Coming of age, Elizabeth, 16 now. Nice. Still nobody to. We'll soon enough be able to embrace banking too. What does banking actually allow us to do? Banking trusts. Total loan capacity, merchants and trade. Docks. None of this stuff is useful to me. Minting threshold. Counting house, trade range. Promotion speed, that's a huge one. Banking, I think I'm just going to let spread here fully. Because the faster I embrace it, the faster people around me get it too. And I don't want them to do that. An alliance from Genoa, 100% yes. That's an amazing opportunity. Mario Borgia, a member of the cabinet, has been a faithful servant so far, but now he seems to have let his prominence get to his head and become insolent. His lordship dares denounce the great Signore Matteo Visconti's policies, and recently did so in public in front of foreign ambassadors. Even if there might be some grounds to these criticisms, we should not let open disparagement of the Signore become a habit. So we can lose some Republican tradition, which is already super high, we kill him. Some tradition, thanks. Doesn't seem to be nearly as important in this as it was in EU4, where it was like the main stat. Because you could trade in Republican tradition for skilled leaders. Pissed. Not pissed. Trade income still an absolute pittance. The extra docket from diplomacy, though, I think is doing nicely, although I'm having to spend 1.7, so actually it does not even out. But it does mean that I can raise significantly more troops, I think. Because each of them can raise soldiers. Actually, quite a few. But I'm still investing heavily in stability. RGOs are mostly filled at this point, which means the market should be mostly done. Now I kind of want a road going from Milano, Monza, Bergamo to Brescia. Although I still kind of want to... Oh, and Pavia. In fact, just getting a road between these two would be a big deal. Then to Cremona, down to Parma. And there's a road there already, it's just not paved. Where can I see that? I know I was asking that earlier. Where's the road level actually displayed? There's already a gravel road from Milano to Lamello. So is that what this is? Okay, so that road already exists. That road doesn't. Social mobility. The growing power of the Burkers has led to individuals from within their ranks seeking their fortunes in areas traditionally dominated by other groups. The sons of mid to low level prominent families of the Burkers now have the education and ambition to match the more privileged classes. Patricians and clergy lose satisfaction, or the Burkers lose a bunch. The Burkers are super happy at the moment, so they can suck it up. And... for some reason that reminded me of something I need to do real quick. Sorry, bear with me like 5 minutes. In fact, let's take a quick 5-minute break. I need to send off a couple of emails very quickly before it gets too late. And then we shall resume. I'm only going to go for about 5 minutes. So if you need to stretch your legs, grab another drink, grab a snack, do any of that stuff, then go ahead and do that. And I'll be back very, very soon. I'll also roll an advert while I'm not here, so you don't have to watch them later. Alright, I am back. Apologies for taking a bit longer than I had initially expected. I'm just finishing off at the moment. I'm trying to find one more piece of information, then we can get back into things. Why can't I find that? Okay. Let's get back into the game. Oop. There we are. Haven't had the chance to pick up the game. In my frantic Googling to see if Ravensburg made it into the playable civilization list, I'm coming up empty. Do any of you in chat know? Bearing in mind that this is 20 years after the start of the game, so it may no longer exist, but I can search. There it is. Free City of Ravensburg. So yes, can confirm they are in the game. And they survived for this long. So double bonus. Anyway, we are back in... Relations with Genoa is good. We're integrating. We've actually very nearly finished integrating Navarra. How is your control looking? It's up to 12%. It's getting a... No, you've already caught, so you have no penalty. So 12 is going to be the maximum. Visconti city-states. Estate privilege. What's that from? It's not a law, is it? Where is that from? There it is. Okay, so that has got to go. That is just bad. Cannot be removed due to Visconti city-states implemented on the 1st of April 1333. Oh. Okay. So how do I remove it? Need to have 50% average control in the region of the capital, currently 38.9. I mean, that's actually relatively easy. Oh, region of the capital. Is there a regional map mode? In Italy? I'm guessing that's territory that I directly control. So probably not including the vassals. Okay, that's going to be difficult. And also gives a very good reason to be using vassals. And also I was going to add masonry to that list. Goods, masonry. Because that is also very often used in construction. And yeah, we seem to have loads of building materials, so that has just not been a problem whatsoever for us. Verona is the only one that's now angry with us, so we can also consider whether we want to do any expansion. What are you building? Is that a cost? No, city guard, so you can also get some manpower going. Interesting. Which is another thing that we should probably ourselves want to try to invest in if we can. But I think I'm going to do the roads first. So we want to get to 130 ducats, build the road, and then we want to get another 30 to get up to 60 or so. And then we can start recruiting some soldiers, like professional soldiers, regulars. Patricians demand privileges. The patricians have been under continuous assault under Matteo Visconti and has attempted to centralize more and more control. They have finally lost their patience and are demanding they are given back what is rightfully theirs. So additional privileges, which gives them equilibrium but loses the peasants some, or they lose just straight up 20. So here's the thing, nobles. The peasants pay a bucket load more in tax than you do. Even if I could tax you to the maximum, they would pay more tax than you do. So, screw you. When does that Berkeley thing run out? 58. Did that get reset somehow? I feel like that got reset. Oh no, it's almost done. Never mind. December this year. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. Why did they only select one start date? Probably because it is an absolute pain to maintain multiple start dates. Like, it is horrible. Especially considering the number of countries that are in the game at the start of the game, having to ensure that they all have the proper characters, the proper locations, the proper territories that they control, the proper economy, the proper buildings, everything. It is an absolute nightmare to maintain multiple start dates. And we also have data that in Hearts of Iron, for example, I think it's 3% of games start in the 39 start date rather than 36. So if you're putting in all of that work for 3% of your players, it's not worth it. The data might be different for CK, for example, because I think that they do have more people starting in the 1066 as opposed to the 867. No, sorry. More people definitely play 867 and then go all the way through, but their percentage of players that start in 1066 versus 867 is higher than our 36 to 39, but it's still going to be quite low. But I don't know the numbers on that one. I'm not on the CK team. Right, so sovereignty, crown power, plus 10%. Nice. The traditional ways of governing have been based on the ability of a ruler to deal with the different estates of the country. However, modern theories of government have established that rulers are sovereigns in their own country, and that we will bow to no other temporal power. Now, however, it is... Ooh. No, I don't need that. We're fine. Do I want it, though? What else needs to be integrated? Only these two, and they are very small in comparison, so no, we don't need any other vassals at this juncture. Can I build a chancery? I'm assuming that's not something I can. No, I have not actually built them yet. They're also very expensive, so I'm not going to bother about the chancery +1. Rights of nobility law. Noble levy size. Oh, but that blocks the crown in the cabinet. Hell no. This would allow us to start curtailing them. And move towards centralization. Fortification maintenance. That's actually probably the one that we want to actually use. Although the serfdom. But none of these are looking particularly appealing. University, I can tell you right now, I cannot afford. Army maintenance, we have no army. But professional armies is the professional army start place. The modernization of our armies is largely dependent upon the maintenance of our recruitment and organization centers. We must strive towards preserving a clear and robust military organization, cutting waste and redundancy. So I think it's probably not worth getting a sergeantry until you get this. Because you're just not going to have the economy to actually support any kind of permanent military. So we've been paying 0.58 ducats for probably 15 years for no reason. A month. That's a lot. One marketplace remaining. That is underpowered. Wait, why are you so low? What's going on here? Oh, you're low because I've split these guys out. Yeah, fair enough. It definitely looks like the markets are becoming more capable of actually selling to the numbers of people that are in the world at the moment. Ottomans continue to grow. Ghibellines. We are still catching them. Mamelukes have grown. Oh, Lancaster's gone. Valentina Doria has died. Was the ruler's mother and courtier of Signoria of Milan. Late lordship fell down a set of stairs to her death. Oops. So Navarra is very nearly done. We're down to just 4.5 inflation as well. Good. Good, good, good. Our economy is looking alright at the moment. I think I will investigate stability. Why is that? Diplomacy income and trade income has basically doubled. Trade income's gone up because we have more people in the RGOs. Not the RGOs, but the businesses. So the Burqa numbers have caught up. So we would theoretically be in a position to start building some Burqa buildings again. Yeah, see, there are surplus people now. But I'm going to continue doing the thing where I'm going to build out RGOs first. And also roads, because I want that control. Yeah, Brescia's control is still pretty low. Clusone has 0. Bergamo's up to 40. A Senato is possible, but I don't think I particularly want one right now. Military complacency, our superbly drilled army is, in the opinion of our most influential generals, invincible! Any recent setbacks are down to the weather or the enemy using such unmanly things as tactics. As far as the generals are concerned, there is no way to improve upon perfection. So we get complacency, which gives 20% morale penalty, or we lose stability. I will 100% take that stability hit every day and all day. Oh, here's the different levels. You can do railroads. Interesting. There was something I was going to check on. Because roads are still really expensive. I'm wondering if we're still going to be better off building up the economy around the capital. Like these places. Because this is taking into account control. So yeah, it probably is worth doing these places first. Probably anything that's above like 0.5, so build up these places. How much was it going to be to put the road up to here? From Milan. 318. And to Novara it would be 118. Is that worth waiting for? Proximetry cost minus 20. What exactly is proximetry cost? So is that going to add 20% then? Trying to find out how all of this stuff works. It's probably in here. It's prosperity. Proximetry. So each province that you pass through drops you by 17. Yeah, so putting the roads here would make you closer. And here... Oh, there is no proxy. You straight up just can't reach. So yes, we should put a road in Novara, because I think that will increase the proximity to this. At least I'm assuming that's how it's going to work. So let's get that road to Novara. I know I keep going back and forth on this, but I'm still trying to work out how the economy in this game works. We're down to 4% inflation. At that point, we can really start minting, and because we're a gold producer, we should be very effective at minting. Which is why I'm investing so heavily in that region, because turns out, and this is, you know, a little bit of knowledge from me to you, gold is valuable. Foreign wisdom. While the patricians is somewhat perturbed at the idea of a foreigner working for the Signore, our Emilian minister, Gianfresco de Correggio, has been widely praised for bringing fresh ideas and practices to court. Seems we can learn a thing or two from foreign learning. Prestige and Republican tradition. Sweet. That's a good get. I was going to take a look to see if there are any places that would like to make an alliance or just want to have improved relations. How are we doing with our capacity? We're good. I don't think I want to improve relations with anyone else. This would be purely about getting an alliance. Luxembourg still wants one. Croatia. Trent. Bremen. I mean, I think they're all a little too far away for it. Venice. Wait, are Venice and Genoa rivals? I do kind of wish if you right-click on them, it just goes to their country panel. You're allied with the Papal States, so are we, and Bologna. You're improving relations with Genoa. And your rivals are Aquileia and Achaia, neither of which are mine. Okay, Venice and Genoa actually get on. In which case, I think it's a fantastic idea having an alliance with them. So I'm now allied with Genoa, Venice, Florence, and the Papal States. Come at me, bro. That's a really strong alliance chain. No, we're friends with Genoa. Why are they a different colour to them? This diplomacy map mode doesn't make sense. Is there an alliance this map mode? Nope. Geopolitics? Nope. That diplomacy map mode is terrible. That's my rival. These are people I have high relations with. Yeah, this is just showing relation levels. Which actually I should probably be improving relations with Genoa rather than, say, Upper Bavaria. Let's go ahead and cancel you. Get that diplomat back. We'll continue improving with Bohemia because that's the Emperor. Is it not showing the IO? Yeah, I think it is. It's showing opinion rather than... No, that's opinion. I don't really get what this is showing. It's showing their opinion of me. Or maybe my opinion of them. It's not showing diplomatic status though. Oh, it's showing us the organization. Ah, yeah, maybe. That's not very helpful though. I want to know who the allies are. And it doesn't look like there's a way to do that. I have no idea what those even are. Oh, different government types. Why not just use this? I'm still a county level place. What it takes for me to promote? I did see that the other day. It's in here, then here. I need to have 25 prestige. And then either ask for ducal rights or become leader of the HRE. And pay a bunch of money. So because I'm in the HRE, I can't get promotion so easily. If I was outside of it, I probably would be a duchy now. How is Trebizond an empire? They're the remains of the Roman Empire? No, they're an offshoot of the Byzantine Empire. They're basically a pretender. Wow, Cremona makes a lot of money. Parma makes surprisingly little. What is that? Is that based on how much you like me? Because Parma is very... No, not really. What is that? They're all republics. Are they in debt? No idea. Corrupt ambassadors, our representatives to other countries, should embody the very best of our people, but unfortunately this is not always the case. Sometimes officials are given posts as ambassadors because the administration wants them far away, and on occasion there is a good reason for this. As it turns out, some ambassadors have spent their well-paid exile further enriching themselves with bribes. While this has not exactly been improving our reputation with the locals, these ambassadors have maintained important connections here at home and will not be dismissed without causing some problems. This is not a problem. Get rid of them. I am not reliant on my prestige very much. The market attraction would be nice. There's professional armies. So let's see what that leads to now. We were going to look over on this side. Oh yeah, 0.25 military tactics. Yes, please. The usage of gunpowder on the battlefield will certainly have a positive impact on our performance and allow us to excel in military engagements. Interesting that you get guns in this branch and not guns in this branch. I would kind of assume that these would come first and these would come after. How are the estates looking? Miffed. The stability seems to be just not moving. There we go. That's shifted slightly. It's just taking a long time. I do have a surplus of diplomats, don't I? Getting kind of close to my limits in terms of what I can manage, so I'm actually really happy with my diplomatic situation, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut my spending. Don't need more diplomats. Although, no, you know what? I do need my diplomats. Because what they can do is they can start improving relations with these guys. That is actually going to pay massive dividends. Because I think the happier they are, the more money they give you. And the more likely they are to support you in battles and stuff like that. At least that's how it works in 4. There is a brand new proposal to link the two most significant cities of Lombardy, the great settlements of Milano and Pavia, which is something I wanted to do, As per the suggestion by an artificial canal, who would be built between the two cities with a road running alongside them, such an enhancement could greatly be beneficial for the cohesion of the entire province. Cost 66, gain a paved road to Pavia, gains a coast canal connection as well. Which is trade advantages. Abso-freaking-lutely. 66 ducats, bargain. So that's between these two. Which is a road I was going to build anyway. And now there is actually a canal. Nice. Diplomacy between nations is often affected by random factors on both sides, involved in ways that are beyond the ability of the diplomatic corps of either state. With the ever-changing vicissitudes of our relations with our neighbours shifting ever more swiftly than usual, our diplomats are finding it difficult to keep up. So we gain diplomats or we gain a bunch of opinion. I don't really need the diplomats, I'll take the opinion, thank you very much. But I still want to build a bloody road to Navarra. Bohemia's being done. We're down to 2.9% inflation. And my my allies are building cathedrals and things. Resources are plentiful and cheap at the moment. And we've integrated Navarra. Magnificent. Okay, so what's left? Well, actually, one thing that we may want to do is check the maximum control. We're already hitting the maximums. Okay, then never mind. Back to the government, cabinet action. Integrate province. And you may as well finish off Ticino, because it's basically done already. Because it's so small, I'm a little surprised he didn't do it faster. Basically done. And I didn't have to spend anything on it either. Building roads. A new outbreak. Bormio has smallpox. Oof. Oof! Interesting. I was looking, I was like, 769,000 casualties? How? That's how. It's now become a pandemic, so, yeah. $1.7 million. How many hours has it killed? 4,000. It's hurting. Just as our economy recovered from Black Death. Damn it! But hey, smallpox legit was a big problem, so... Verona have added Treviso. Oh, Verona's growing. Patricians, you are now in a position to be taxed. Commoners a bit more too. And the Burkers, here we go. Ka-ching! We have an economy again. All right. And the disease is swept through already. When does the next age start? Curious. This age ends 1437. I knew we would be, I was just mostly curious. Of course, it's every 100 years, so it's 37, 37, 37, 37. The question here is whether I want to save up money to keep some in my back pocket, or if I'm just going to keep on spending. Regimental Pride, 10 years, minus 10% army maintenance, which is a good point. I was talking about getting soldiers, but no, roads first. It's the economy, come on, don't get distracted. Institution embraced, for free. Money lending has existed since the metal-based coins appeared in antiquity. However, it depended on some individuals and their family groupings or on ancient states. A shift occurred in the Middle Ages, encouraged by the growth of long-range commercial activities on the Eurasian continent and its peripheries. Specialized moneylenders began to organize when Jewish communities started operating between the Christian and Islamic worlds. However, the boom of credit demand that followed the Crusades in the 12th century encouraged merchants in the Italian city-states, that's us, to create larger structures for money lending, effectively founding the first banking institutions such as the Perusian Bardi houses. More instruments were developed, like bills of exchange and debit bonds, and banking dynasties such as Medici, Fugger, and Welser soon became as powerful as states. Playing as Milan, but couldn't figure out how to change the court language to Lombard native language. Mine is Lombard. What was that? I've seen it. I think it's under society. Language is shown here. Huzzah! Dunno, but I'm Gallo-Italic, which is the Lombard dialect. So if you were playing as Milan and you started with Ligurian, that's a weird one. Because I did not. Ah, government laws. Court language, there it is. Ligurian isn't even a choice for me. Oh, that one, probably, instead of that one. Right, so those are still filling, still waiting for money to come in. Haunt Panda coming in with a 95-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Haunt Panda. Really appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying the release. I am, actually. This has been really fun. And Isolated Matrix coming in with a 5-month resub. That was like 3 hours ago. Sorry about that. I've been terrible at keeping an eye on those. SMR Fisher came in with a new follow, as did Alphonse. Thank you very much for the follows. And then also yesterday, I realised I forgot to give a shout out to Grand Lisa Funk coming in with an 84-month resub. Thank you very much for that. Got to get you to the coast and get a navy built. I don't know what to think of a landlocked Mordred game. Yeah, ooh, that's moving around. Yeah, I got so close and yet so far. But in the end, it just didn't matter because, you know, we vassalized them instead. And then that's what the Innkeeper coming in with an 88-month resubscription, Mordred playing EU. Everything is right with the world. That's right, I'm back! And I have a diplomat again. So there was one of my vassals that I'm not currently improving relations with. That's Cremona, that's Palmer. So therefore it must be these guys. Piacenza. Do that from here, can't I? Yes. Off you go. And there we are, we have gunpowder with the accompanying military tactics. Usage of gunpowder in the battlefield will certainly have a positive impact on our performance and allow us to excel in military engagements. And Lugano has been cool. Where is that? Oh, it's the one place that was on its own, so you've literally just finished integrating this. Excellent. Well, in that case, you may start working on Valtellina. Just ruined that completely. Alright, next place to research. Now, we do have banking as well, so I can literally start researching a little bit of everything. Minting threshold would be good, because we were going to be in a position to start minting soon. Pop promotion speed would also be nice. Yeah, I think I'm going to start working on these. Reduction in bank interest would also be good. Money lending is as old as time, but not without risks. We can institutionalize those practices and have money be lent under controlled and fair ways. And income is still rising. We're still paying off the interest. In praise of scribes, the craft of transcribing text is a difficult and usually thankless task. However, the scriptorium in Pavia has received praise from an abbot, who lauds the scribes with the following praise. The dedicated scribe, the object of the treatise, will never fail to praise God, give pleasure to angels, strengthen the just, convert sinners, commend the humble, confirm the good, confound the proud, and rebuke the stubborn. An excellent example of our devotion. Gain influence, gain spiritualist, or gain clergy satisfaction. Clergy satisfaction doesn't really... Oh no, it increases science. So maybe we do want that. Click on you and click on you. Yeah, I don't really care about the religious influence. I think I'm going to go with the estate satisfaction for more science! To making 4 ducats. Which I think is primarily from making these buildings cheaper. I wonder if that's a factor of inflation. Probably is. Lomello is now a core. Nope, don't know where that is. You know what I would like? I would like a map mode setting where your own province is always named, but you hover over ones that are adjacent. That doesn't exist, does it? Place. Map. That's the one. Province names, mouse over. Yeah, always on, always off. And you still can't get married. There's just nobody eligible around. Oh, Valentino's actually new. Gallant, military and diplomatic. So, you know what? Balanced is fine for you. Elizabeta. You're a different Elizabeta. You're intelligent. You want administrative, so we're going to give you an administrative education. Barnaby's ambitious, so balanced is best for you. Good. Alright, we are really close being able to get that road to Novara. The question is whether I want to keep my 50 ducat surplus or not. Or if I just go ahead and start building it and take the risk. I guess at this point, because we now have... Oh no, we don't have it yet. Once we have banking, then loan interest is going to be much less punishing. And then at that point, I think I'm going to be less scared about spending. Because it's taken us a while to balance the books, but I feel like we have finally actually done that. A united realm. One pivotal event that exemplifies the evolution of Milan from a loose association of city-states controlled by the Visconti family to a more centralized entity is the ascension to power of Matteo Visconti as the recognized ruler in 1361. Signore Matteo Visconti's ascension to the title of Signore marks a shift towards a unified and centralized governance structure. The ascension solidifies the Visconti's family's control over Milan and will soon pave the way for subsequent Visconti rulers. Time for us to become a monarchy. This revokes the Visconti city-states. You know what? We were going production, but we've also been very military. Started to move away from aristocracy, but maybe I want to go back again. Besides, I think that Matteo here would look very dapper with a crown on his head. Let's do that. Plus it's the historical option. A messenger from the royal court of the Holy Roman Emperor Karol Lysabensko has arrived. According to the news bearer, the Holy Roman Emperor has decided to recognize our bid for the Milanese crown. This recognition solidifies our state's authority and strengthens our position within the empire. The Emperor's declaration brings a sense of validation and prestige to the ruler's reign, fostered a renewed sense of pride and loyalty amongst the people of Milan. With this official recognition, we can now govern with confidence and establish Milano as a prominent city within the realm of the Holy Roman Empire. So we're a monarchy, we get the autocracy government reform. Visconti is gone. We become a duchy, so we get that promotion we were talking about. And also a massive step towards centralization. And now heirs matter. We've also hit the 25%. no crown threshold, probably because of our centralization. So we still have garrison, we still have diplomatic traditions, but we are now an autocracy as opposed to a dynastic signoria, with progress towards aristocracy. So are we moving? No. We are like sitting right in the middle, which is the worst of all possible worlds. But we did get rid of Visconti city-states, which means we're going to be gaining control everywhere, which is a big deal. So the formal guilds, Burka-controlled mining operations, I think that's temporary. Okay, those are policies. So we need to take a look at the laws. Building rights is a Burka privilege. Yeah, the formal guilds I think we just want to get rid of. That does not do anything for us. Which is this one. Need more stability. Always need more stability. Stop doing that. And then laws. The thing we need to look at. So at the moment we don't have any levy laws. Inclusive means we get non-culture levy size. Noble levies means the nobles levy size and combat efficiency goes up. We also move towards quality, which I like. No, we're definitely doing noble levies. 100%. How much do we get? 7,300 still. And there's still nobody to marry. This is really bad for us now. We can also have another rival. Naples? Naples feels like they would be a worthwhile rival, yeah. You know what? Let's go big. Go big or go home. RGOs need more people. I think that's because we've got an RGO tech. How am I enjoying EU5 so far? I'm really liking it. Isn't Naples the leader of my faction? No, they're the opposition. The leader of my faction is Bohemia. No, it's Sicily, sorry. Not Naples. Naples is on their side. But Naples was also a kingdom, so there are now 2 kingdoms within Italy. Well, 3 technically. The Kingdom of God! Is Sicily a kingdom? Actually, Sicily might be. Yes, they are. Okay, there's too many kingdoms in Italy. There can be only one. Still not making a huge amount of money out of trade. Disappointingly so. It's because my trade capacity's gone even further down. For a while. And we do need to get another council member. This is another military person. Conon Crescenzi. Or we can go for Barnaba for even more crown power. What's a little nepotism amongst crowns? We now have 2 crown members there. Now at 27%. We are the strongest estate. Autocracy is still being instated. So we don't actually have that plus 10% power from here either. It's no longer a valid rival, so we need to choose another one. We are probably, because they're rivals with Venice as well, so we're neutral rivals. At least they're a local. Can't I marry a noble? Yes, actually I can, can't I? Lose 10 legitimacy. We're at 94 legitimacy, we're fine. Oh, Catalina's quite good, although she's 37 already. And then we also need to marry the heir. And Elisabetta is the only option. Lose 20 prestige. I don't particularly care about the prestige. Don't suck. She doesn't suck. Okay. So balance. Because the cost of the court, I'm going to bring this up to 2 ducats. Oops. That's much stuff. 0.05 increase. Still want stability the most. We're still earning money. And how much is the road? Actually, 0.99! We're less than 1%. Skilled diplomats. One of the ambassadors has a fraternal ability to understand the entangling alliances that surround us, and the implications of taking one wrong step or saying just the right words. How we should use this great statesman. So we gain a skilled diplomat, it gives us reputation, or we gain prestige. What does reputation actually do for us? It's just what it... How much we have. Doesn't say what it does though. How trusted, so it's basically a baseline of trust, I assume. Let's go for the skilled diplomat. We've been playing a very diplomatic nation. And then the other thing I wanted to check was laws, see if there's any other laws I want to change. I think those are all fine. That's fine. Administrative centre. So currently we have a central council, which is the efficiency of the cabinet. Moves us towards centralization and aristocracy. And you know what? That's fine. Yeah, it's better than all of these, so that's okay. Legal code is civil law. That's fine. Socioeconomic. Don't want to close borders, that's fine. Cultural tradition. Wait, martial society. I don't want martial society. Nah, let's tax the peasants. Education for the masses currently is on religious, which is better than uneducated. Mining laws. Mines at the moment are owned by the Burghers. I don't really want to centralize even more power with the nobility though, so that's okay. We still get the regulated export from the metals, that's fine. Estate laws, distribution of power. We are currently traditional. Ah, but this is reducing crown power. I think, honestly, we should be favouring the ruler, don't you? Pisses the estates off, but we haven't had that many problems with that. And it significantly increases our own power. In fact, that's going to be a switch of 30%. Is there a reason we wouldn't want to do that? How much does it annoy them again? 5. You can handle it. You can handle it. You two would be the ones who struggle. Is there a music player? There is. It's not that I'm seeing. I expect it to be like here. No, don't think there is. Let's wait until this passes to see how the 40% crown power looks before we make any decisions about reducing the support of the estates further. Yeah. The main thing I'm watching now is just this disappearing. It's taken us a while to bring our economy back, but now I feel like we'll actually be in a position to start actually spending things. Lots of places building scriptoriums. Actually, that's in the Venetian node, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it means we can just import them. Okay, how long? 114. Oh, next month. Next month. Then we can expand it to these two after that. The other things that we wanted to do was join you two together. That's only 96. Pietro Azario presents the Liber Castorium in Lombardy. In 1362, Pietro Azario, a skilled chronicler, is diligently finished and presents the Liber Castorium in Lombardy, a comprehensive chronicle documenting the rich history of northern Italy under the patronage of Signore Visconti, the ruler of the Duchy of Milan. Pietro Azario meticulously recorded the events, struggles, and triumphs that have shaped the region. With a steady hand and a keen eye for detail, his vivid descriptions bring the past to life, captivating readers and preserving the collective memory of Lombardy. His work serves as a testament to the power of historical narrative and the enduring legacy of the Visconti dynasty. In the halls of Milano, Pietro Azario's presentation captivates the audience, leaving them with a profound appreciation for the history and heritage of their beloved domain. So we move towards innovative, or we sell it. No. We actually like the arts. We have been trying to collect them. Wouldn't be that far to connect these two either. You've already been connected. Connecting to Brescia would be more expensive. Connecting Cremona is relatively cheap. But no, we want to connect to Novara. And then after that, we'll probably do the other places. So let's go ahead and start that road going. What it requires Genoa. Genoa's an ally. There's the road. I do like how the roads actually show up on the map. Nice. And the canal, of course. Antagonism reduced. Coming of age. Barna Visconti is now 16. Jolly good. Money is rising. And that's before I've even started minting anything. Oh wow, trade income. Oh, advanced research, there's banking. Okay, so now I really don't need to worry about that. And also Pavia just got caught. That's going to be a big deal. 96% control available. It's currently at 66. So, yeah. Cool. Alright, what's next? I think it was more of the banking stuff, wasn't it? Yeah, we wanted the minting threshold. As wealth is created, more and more mints appear. While we have lived with many types of currencies for years, new standards have to be set in order to avoid fraud caused by using lesser quantities of noble metals or by rasping the edges of these coins. We are researching better minting just in time. And there we go, Navarro has now been connected. So Navarro's base control goes up to 74%. So yeah, that made a big difference. Yours goes up to, well, it stays at 15. Okay, noted. What a difference it makes when you actually have a bit of money to throw around in this game. Taking a while. I'm going to continue to invest heavily in stability because I think that pays off. And we can start doing minting. 1.2 ducats more, just immediately. $2.6 ducats that we were missing out on for a while. Yeah, there's a slight negative. That's fine. So less than 0.001. Our ambassadors have been very good at spreading a favourable opinion of Milan in foreign courts. Gain 10 prestige and civilian access more. Very good, very good. Venice broke their alliance. How could they? Probably because we're not a republic anymore. I think what I want to do now is actually recruit some soldiers, because yeah, it's time. So what type do I want? All of these items are very cheap here. However, they will cost me 0.3-ish to maintain in peacetime. You know what? We have bonuses to infantry, so we should probably be upgrading footmen and archers. And archers just don't seem to appeal to me very much, so I'm going to go with the footmen. Train one. Alright, time to get standing army. Considerably cheaper to maintain than cavalry. Can I check how many vassals the HRE Emperor has and if they're all around me yet? At the moment is Bohemia. "29 subjects. Damn. We've seen that. Those are my relations, those are not their relations. Oh, there we go. There you go. There's a couple around me, but mostly spread throughout the HRE and over here. All of these little guys. Now that's what I call a vassal swarm. Yeah, that's quite an impressive one, actually. Right, I need a permanent commander now. That's true. Um, I want someone who's good at combat and also decent at admin. Mariana Borgia is that person. So we're going to make you a permanent general at this point. And instead, Crescenzi is going to take your place as a cabinet minister. Mariana is going to take your position as a general. Carry on. Another city guard. I'm losing allies. Because of my change from Republican to monarchy. So what I should do is I do have a diplomat available. Let's go and see who's available and willing to become an ally now. Florence! They literally just broke their alliance. Oh, they don't want to maintain the alliance, I see the problem. Yeah, it's expensive as hell for them. I've just become too powerful. Oh no! Oh, Upper Bavaria's back. Although I must admit I liked having Florence as an ally. Their opinion of me is ludicrously high. I'm really surprised they broke that alliance. Like, that's the most beneficial alliance they could have. Except maybe Naples. Oh man, we are catching them. We were 5% behind. Now we're less than 1. Well, Milan economy goes brrr. Our recent advances in consolidating our power at home and abroad have led us to a very crucial crossroads in the historical position within Italy. For the first time in centuries, we have the ability to pursue the ambitions of the Kingdom of Lombardy and solidify northern Italy under our grasp. However, many advisors within the court advocate against such an aggressive manoeuvre and suggest instead focusing our resources and time internally for the benefit of our people. We must weigh these options carefully and consistently consider the needs and aspirations of our subjects. As we strive to maintain a balance between external pursuits and internal welfare, we must engage in consultations with advisors and prominent members of the society to make informed decisions that benefit both our people and legacy as a whole. So Pavia could become a new capital. And we gain access to the Integrated Lombard Claims unique cabinet action, which increases the speed of integration, increases pop growth and prosperity. So it mixes integration with the pop growth one. Or we look to our own people, which dramatically increases prosperity and moves us 10% more towards centralization. Don't really want Pavia to be the new capital though. I quite like it being in Milan. I mean, we have been spending basically all of our time on integration, so we can switch that. Is that still a military action? Yes. Pavia is further south, so it is actually closer to Genoa for terms of market access. Population-wise, it's tiny compared to Milan. Milan is 130,000, Pavia is 33,000. Oh, and you get the Royal Court just for free. Which is another 10% crown power. I have been thinking, like, now that we've kind of secured ourselves, it probably is worth going after these little counties around us and trying to incorporate them. Particularly while we have this really high Diplo limit. Basically exchanging allies for vassals. Royal Court is a tough building to build early. It's free. It doesn't cost me anything. Oh, I don't know. And in such moments, we're going to do a new poll, and this time, spirited lobbying is once again allowed. Are we going to aim for the Kingdom of Lombardy? Or are we going to remain Milan supreme? Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. And if you're watching on YouTube at the moment, you'll have to head over to twitch.tv/MordredViking to get involved in that poll. That is where that poll is being held. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Bring those longbeards to heel. That is the origin of the term Lombard. Longbeard. As we found out during an Imperator Rome game. We played as the Longbeards. Which eventually, historically, settled in Lombardy. So they are the true dwarves. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. What are we going to aim for? Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. You've got maybe 30 seconds, even that. Do like the Milan. I hadn't even noticed our flag had changed. Ha! Because it used to just be the snake. Now we have the eagle as well. Interesting. We got that when we became a kingdom. Okay, so the vote is in. And Napolmeek, thank you very much for the 6,000 point investment. Appreciate that. But ultimately, this would have been a tie if I hadn't enabled spending. So I think this was persuaded to take on the form of the Kingdom of Lombardy, which I'm actually kind of okay with. Like, the extra development is awesome. Pavia, what do we get here? New capital, building. Ooh, big building cost reduction. Migration attraction as well. So population should grow, and then we get the Royal Court. That extra crown power. So we are really doubling down on crown power now. How much do we have? No, still only 34. But we're still working on autocracy, which will be finished on the 6th of July. So we're 2 months away. So Matteo Visconti has achieved quite a few things in his lifetime. Can always move the capital back to Milan. Yeah, that's true. Curious to see what this does to our economy. Wasn't terrible. Pulled ahead of us again. Alright, well, first thing I should do actually is move you to stand in our capital. So Pavia is now the capital. We're still the Duchy of Milan for now, but we basically have carte blanche to start expanding into our neighbouring territories. Although, question. We would have to do no CB wars. Though it kind of looks like they've just gotten rid of claimed territory CBs unless you have an event. Or if it's done through the Parliament, I guess. Fabricate CB. And the base support is rising, so we would probably be able to pull that off. And we have the economic backing now to actually do some of that stuff. The other thing we should probably do is change these to integrate Lombard claims. Freedom, Pavia. Valentina. They're doing Bergamo. Which does come with the extra population growth as well. Ooh, that means a pop growth is now a military action. Ah, but you can only do it on places that are not fully integrated. You can use the Guelph Guillobeline mechanic for claims as well. What is the RGO Pavia? That's a good question. They produce wheat. Milan also produced wheat. It's just smaller. Can fabricate a claim on Italian tags that aren't in your faction. Which I guess is this colour. Which hilariously means that Cremona and Parma are not in my faction despite being my vassals. Would be these guys. It's not there. Oh, you mean the force into faction? Yes, that is one. Which requires stability. Also requires... spy networks. So you guys, why are you not in my bloody faction? You're my vassals. What's the best way? No, apparently my vassals are just in the wrong faction. So we should probably invest in some more diplomatic spending. Which gets us some more diplomats. Which means then we can start spying on people. So is there anyone here that I really want to go after? Unfortunately, Verona and Mantua are both on our side. That guy is not. This guy is not. And this is probably the one that we really want to go after. So let's go ahead and subject to Savoy. Which isn't even in the conflict. Otherwise, I need to go for Mantua, and then we get adjacency to a lot more people. So I think I've basically got to start picking on Mantua. Although they're not. Can't do this one. Which means it would have to be a no CB. Which of course is problematic because that increases antagonism, which would mean that I'll theoretically be able to take less in the conflicts. And if I can't vassalize people, I can only annex them, then that pisses people off more. I don't want to fight Genoa. Genoa's quite strong. Also, oh no, I do have an adjacency. Maybe. Genoa still loves us. Wait, are they still an ally? Venice broke the alliance, so did Florence. I don't even know who my allies are nowadays. I'm still allied with Genoa. And the Pope. So yeah, I think it's probably going to be Mantua that we go after. Mantua, Aquileia, Montferrat. That actually works fine. Montferrat being there, Mantua, Aquileia would have to come through Verona, but they can do that. Can't even select this. HRE prevents wars with no CB. Damn it. Okay, so it has to be done through Parliament. %20 more clergy estate as an equilibrium could be useful. Expand road network would also be good. 20% reduction in cost. Ooh. Ooh, I want that one. I might do that even without the war. I don't have great increases, unfortunately. The problem is that these are just so freaking expensive. Not a huge fan of this parliament system. Like, I'd rather be able to, like, request these from the estates or something in exchange for estate equilibrium or state support. Estate support. Lose a little bit of stability, move towards decentralization. So that one's doable. That one's absolutely doable. Lose legitimacy. I mean, actually, none of these are terrible. And there's the 50% needed. The question is whether I want to keep the gravel road network or eat the 7% stability. Give me a CB. Oh, CB against Verona. I'll be right back. How many troops can you raise? 8,000, so I do outnumber you. Who are you allied to? You have no allies. Whereas you do. Verona is on our side, but again, this puts me next to Ferrara, Friuli. I kind of prefer you as a target, Verona, because historically, we've had fisticuffs. And you're also the one who's most pissed with me, so if I just cut you down to size anyway, then that's not going to piss other people off quite so much. And I'll have a truce with you. So we're going to do a CB against Verona. Which is valid for 4 years, so I don't need to do it right now. And then I could continue to try to push through the gravel road network. But now it's really expensive. Lessee levy obligations, absolutely not. I'm about to go to war. That one I can do. Don't really want to lose the research support. You know what, this once I'll do it. Yeah, there's no way. Unless we have some random events which raises that to 250, I don't think that's ever going to pass. And now, the nobility hates my guts. Which is lovely. Nobility's down to just 20% power as well. When does this come through? July. Which is very soon. I want to see what happens after that. Do the Burkers even contribute a lot to the army? Not sure. How do you check that? Burkers provide the footman levy. So yes. The footman levy were the one I unlocked. With... No, that's a peasant levy. So I just got a bigger levy. Oh no, I didn't. Shoot. I thought I did. I went down this side. That was in the Brandenburg game. Right, because in the Brandenburg game, there was an extra army morale buff. I never even got that one. Wait, really? Yeah, I did. Didn't I? I could have sworn I went down here. Oh, there's another nobility thing. Plated knights. Is that Age of Traditions I'm thinking about? No, because that was the religious stuff. I didn't bother doing these. I got that. Am I conflating the Brandenburg game here? I might be. I could have sworn I went down here, though. My army might not be as strong as I think it is. Right, I want to see the Parliament again. I mean, it's 50%. That's a lot. And yeah, you say it's only 70 people, but footmen, I'm assuming, are armoured and armed, whereas peasant levy are not. They would be these guys instead of peasants. Speaking of which, I can recruit another one of those. No, I can't. I have no manpower. Have I got no manpower? Army maintenance. Oh. Okay. Nonsense, most peasants have 2 arms. Seem to have at least grafted enough of the economy playing as Norway that I'm able to unify now. I've yet to do any proper wars. Nice. I mean, just learning the economy, I think, is a really big step. It's taken me this long to get here. Imperial tax. I'm waiting to see if manpower changes. Deteriorating relations with the nobility. Yeah, I know. Lose legitimacy. I've already been losing a lot of legitimacy. I don't particularly want to lose more. So I'll take the prestige hit, thanks. Oh, I'm now 78th in terms of great power status. Nice. We've grown. Town demands seat in Senato. The town of Monza has grown rich and prosperous, and the people there are disappointed they've not been chosen as a seat of the current Senato. The representative Monza demand compensation and a guarantee from us, securing their interests in the future. 25% support. And they gain an urban parliament seat. Sure. Yeah. Was that enough? 1%! Are you kidding me? That wouldn't even do enough. We've got another 54 days, so you never know. Something else could still happen. Also, crown power is now up to 37% because this has now been instated. Still not gaining any manpower. Army maintenance is now full. Absolutely nobody is opposing this. I vote yes. Because I don't want to piss Bohemia off. Alright, cool. Oh, this is now worth 1%. 5 legitimacy for that. Done. Okay, now it needs to just not slip. 50.03%. So close. Done. Okay, so we moved towards centralization, which is nice, but we also got the cheaper road building. Oh, that's only while it's being debated. Shoot, I thought it was when it completed. Oh well, we got the centralization at least. Alright, I completely misread that. Still not getting any manpower. Oh, is it because I don't have a sergeantry anymore? Because I moved my capital. That is exactly the reason. Interesting. Only 21 ducats, so it's relatively cheap. Do it, so at least have a source of reinforcement for those soldiers. I would have recruited another unit otherwise. But otherwise, I think... I'm about ready for this war against Verona. Yeah, so we have 250 men against their 0. GG, easy. Genoa will join. I'm not going to make them, but they could. And nobody is supporting Verona. Wait, Lucca as well? They weren't in the list. Oh, are they a minion? They might be a minion. It's Lucca. Right, so there's some things I want to do here. Thank you all supportive. So you follow me around. And then I'm gonna wanna raise my levies. So, speed 3. Two castles. Okay. Interesting, the main army still assembles in Milan, not Pavia. There we go, now you can. That was weird. Alright, so how can I tell which are my regular soldiers? There you are. Morale is the same. Combat 1, 2. 1, 2. 10% less damage, 5% more damage. So yeah, these guys are... Ah, that's how you see. They're just more resilient. Okay, so cavalry... Cavalry... Something like this would seem to be appropriate to me. Mariano Borgia is going to be leading the cause. Let's get marching. actually tell my minions to target Luca. Is that a thing I can do? Because that's what I would like them to do. Tell the closest to Luca to be aggressive, that would be Palmer. But they're equidistant between the two. So you know what, I'm just going to tell them to be aggressive. I think that individually you guys are actually going to be just fine. And I will hang back and basically be the guy who fights the battles and let them do the sieging. Okay, they're in fact moving towards Luca. Good. Okay, so I'll step behind Brescia and hope that their units come and attack me there. They're sieging. There's their army. Are they coming for me? Yeah, they are. Here we go. Brescia. Battle is joined! Alright, so they have 3.7 morale to my 3.8. They have 2.1 tactics to my 2.2. They have 10 discipline to my 10 discipline. Combat 68 against my 73. They don't have anybody in there. Oh no, they just haven't arrived yet. We are smashing their morale. Now we're actually doing some damage. We are pretty evenly matched. More than previous battles. It's just my morale is so much higher. Which is only 0.4, so it's not that much higher. It's tactics. It's got to be the tactics. They lost 1,300, I lost 800. Didn't think to check what type of troops they actually had. They have no regulars at all. Good. Round 1 goes to us. Aristocrats don't want to serve. The aristocrats are becoming reluctant to serve in the army since we are focusing on defensive tactics. They are concerned about the lack of opportunities for glory while cowering behind fortifications. I don't want to lose army tradition while we're fighting here. I will bribe your asses, though, that's fine. There's Luca's army. You're going to cause me problems. So I'd like you to support them. Where are you going? Pull in another 388 from Navarra. Oh, I guess that's because the control there is rising, so the number of troops available has increased. Just stay put. You're still being consolidated, that's fine. Joined. Good to save you. Yes, 10k against 8k. The army has arrived. We have more morale. They have more tactics on average, but we have way more discipline apparently. Gained 4. Porta Nova and Zogno. Center broke, and there we go. We did lose more troops than they did. Standing here, I still have supply coming in, so it's quite alright. Closer ties with the House de la Torre. Yeah. Ooh, nobility satisfaction. Which right now would be quite useful. Do I understand how the HRE works? No. Playing as Naples, took over Sicily, was going into northern Italy, just noticing randomly the Holy Roman Emperor Naples isn't in the HRE. I'm leader of HRE but can't vote, can't even join the HRE. I think you should be able to join it? But yeah, you can be elected. Like, if the other electors think that you're the most powerful, then they can just vote for you. Which I'm assuming they did. And even throughout all of this, I'm still making money. My troops are starting to look a bit more unified now too. As opposed to just a peasant rabble. They're going to jump on you and it's going to be unpleasant. Are they bypassing entirely and going to Brescia? Oh, that's alright. As long as this doesn't cut off my supply line, I'm okay just leaving them besieging that. That's totally fine. Well, so am I. Surprise! And this time I have the numbers. I still have the tactics advantage on me. I really need to research that tactics tech. We're very, very nearly done with this one, whichever this one was. Oh, minting. Oh, this is a slaughter. I don't know why this one went so much better, but it did. I'll take it. I'll take it so hard. I will go and fight. Hello. Army. Apparently I can't go there. We'll just stand here and reconvene. We're at 60% victory already. You have not taken out Lucca yet. You will. 60% already? You're not going to give me Verona yet, are you? Just checking. It's their capital. Oh shit. Here they come again. And this time they've decided to appear with just no morale, so good luck. Retreating to. You are retreating to Treviso. Then I'll meet you there. There we go. Minting threshold is done. Which I'm assuming lets me mint more money, but I'm not seeing that right now. However, I would like to research some of the military technologies from over here. So that I can get, for example, that army morale buff. Unless the professional armies has something. Oh, that's where drilling is. Armory gives a lot more manpower. So that's really when you can start getting the professional forces, I guess. But I want that 0.25 army morale. That's a flat number which is then modified by any other number. Which is useful. Improved relations. Diplomatic gifts have been a consistent since ancient times to convince foreign rulers on a certain matter by emphasizing their high status. Gifts could range from different luxurious objects to living animals such as giraffes or elephants. Yeah, I think I must have gone down that path in the Brandenburg game because I don't remember that description. Oh, paper states. Have you joined the war? Separate conflict. Oh man, that's a slaughter. I don't know why sometimes it goes this fast. Like, why are those numbers blitzing along? Okay, I didn't do it this time. 1,000 for 200. Take it. That must have used the siege. Annoying. Because I wanted Lucca. Well, I'm going to stay here and protect the siege for Verona, because that is ultimately the objective of this war. Anything else is just nice to have. So how much is it going to cost to build a road from here to Brescia? 56 only. That should definitely be done. I think sometimes the flanks collapse the second the battle starts. It seems to be related to initiative, how fast they're able to even put their flanks into battle. True. Bergamo and Clusone have been cored. Now, Clusone was one of the new cities. Yes, it is. Ooh, building something. What are you doing? Oh, that's still... Oh, that's the end of the integration. Nice. So the control is 25%. So, yeah, big increases in what I can get and do. We're going for Bellumo. You started sieging again with 157 dudes. That's brave. No, they broke the goddamn siege. Their army is apparently a lot faster than mine. Alright, I'm just going to sit here and siege this thing because this is silly. I really wish I could tell my minions to just focus on that. Because like in EU4 you can select provinces for people to focus on. I'm a little bit surprised that's not here. It's just the... Alright, well I guess I'll do some sieging for myself then. Fortunately it means that my minions are probably going to die. This is why I really want to be able to command them. I'm going to need to tell you to just support me instead. Lombard claims done. Now, I don't think there's any other integrate Lombard claims to do. No, there isn't. So what we should probably do instead is the max control. Assuming you would gain the most out of Brescia, maybe. I think you would get the most out of Bergamo. Definitely. Really wish that that screen showed max, not just the current. I'm just going to siege these things back, that's fine. You know what? Like leaving these guys so exposed, but I wanted to go and smack this army down while I had the opportunity to do so, and we are absolutely crushing them. Not even a contest. States. Nice. Can I charge you more taxes? Yes, I can. So I will. And yeah, they're taking Treviso back, but I don't think I'm going to move over there to fight against that. Because I'm scared about them going after Verona, and I want that siege to succeed. Nice try, but denied. Broke their center. Crushed it. Let's just merge you guys together again. We've killed 7,300, we've lost 5,700, so that's not ideal. We could raise, actually, we could raise a bunch more troops if we needed to. Which is somewhat tempting, actually. Do it. Because then I can put them on Padova, or I could send them down to Lucca. Hey, we're getting manpower again. So we got our sergeantry back. Cabinet Minister died. Didn't notice what he died of. So we want our second best military guy. It's going to be you. Giovanni della Torre. Unfortunately, you're not a crown supporter, that's how it goes. Is that about? Oh, we're getting like 2,000 soldiers. That's not 2,000, that's significantly fewer, and also I can't merge you again for some reason. Oh, cavalry. Lots of them. Okay, all merged together. Cavalry's on the flank. Yes, I'm relatively happy with that setup. Carry on. Prestigious family requests aid. One of Milan's most powerful families in the nobility has, despite its vast landed wealth, managed to accumulate significant debts that it's finding hard to pay back. They have approached Matteo for help. So you want 47 ducats, which would put me in debt. Do I have any reason to keep you happy right now? Not really. I've actually done a really good job of consolidating. Yeah. You can only reinforce in your own lands. You might want to send some weaker levies back to regain people. Ah, is that what it means by the number of people that are still lacking? Where are their armies? Still expecting them to try and get Vicenza back. Thank goodness I've already shattered their armies, otherwise this would be a bit more dangerous. We're down to 2,000 men total. So what I think I might do is split these guys. King take the field. Take Lucan. And here they'll be going through friendly territory for a while, so they can get some reinforcements in. Don't reinforce when moving. What's your organization saying? Sorry, morale. Does Allied territory count? You know what's about to happen. You're about to get slapped. Okay, now go to Lucca. Another glorious victory. That time it worked. And now I've arrived in Lucca, so we just need to wait for these sieges basically to end. Take Treviso back. You're going to land on top of me and get stack wiped. There goes the siege of Verona. You've become a defensive planner, apparently. Somebody did. Basically no troops left. So the question here is whether I really want to peace out Lucca for free money. It's free money, of course I do. There's Treviso. You guys may as well head back for friendly territory. Because this will automatically capture. You're about to fall. And then it's just waiting for you to finish the siege. Except you are now suffering attrition. Okay, Lucca may not be worth getting. No, we're losing 5% attrition because of starvation, so we have no supply source. Can you see that separately? Oh! That's entire lines. Lucca's a vassal, so no, not doing that. Stink. Well, in that case... No, I've not taken everything, because might be able to take Padova as well. Treviso, Bormio, and Chiaviana. Trasivio, sorry, not Treviso, what's that? Didn't I want to force them in the faction? No, they're already in the faction. This is pure greed. This is just me taking stuff. The main reason I'm doing this is that I'm adjacent to the likes of Ferrara and Aquilio, who are not in my faction. That's another integration complete. So you may as well also do increase control. As well. Oh, it's not available. Only one person can do that at a time. I see. Wait there for just a little while. It's fine. I mean, actually, I might as well just put you on like stability or something temporarily. It costs nothing to change your job. Plus 0.9 stability for free. I'll take it. has fallen. That'll do. So, I definitely want Verona. Before I do this, I can liberate Seneda and Vicenza. I can release Lucca. I can tell them to dismantle forts. I can make Verona a vassal. There we go. That's not usually available. That's the one I want. That's going to... That doesn't piss that many people off, actually. I mean, it's a long time since we did an expansion last. Verona is upset, but... Mantua, but they're probably going to be a target in the future. Feltre, Como, and Lucca are all quite small. Aquileia, Upper Bavaria could join a coalition, because they'll be above 40. Which, by the way, this interface lies about, because it's 40 that's the threshold, not 50. And money. They're already giving me 250 ducats, which will be fantastic. Oops, I just undid everything. Done. So Verona is now a puppet. I am still well within my diplomatic capacity because Milan is kind of broken in how diplomatic they are. And then we are going to send my armies home. Levies, yes. And then we are going to send a diplomat to Verona to keep them happy. Opinion, because you're going to need it badly. Verona, 140 antagonism. I think they might be slightly miffed with me. Wait, is Lucas still their vassal? Oh. Yeah, Luca's still a vassal. Interesting. Didn't know they're vassals because they themselves have vassals. Huh, okay. Coalition disbanded. Result! And now I'm making 9 ducats a month. Wow, Verona must be paying me a small fortune. Yeah, they are. Plus the crazy amount of money that they just gave me anyway. Is that so low? Oh, reinforcing. That's fine. I'm going to keep army maintenance up. I'm going to drop the fort maintenance because I really don't need it right now. I am contributing as much as I can to the Imperial Treasury, which is actually giving me prestige, so you know what? I'm kind of okay with that. I'm going to increase this to 0.5. And then I can build some stuff like roads with the money that I just secured. The main road we wanted you to build was to pull via Cremona. Those roads already exist. Never mind. No, it doesn't. Well, I mean, the other big road that I wanted was the one going to here, which is going to cost me 292, which I can afford. We should build a road to Brescia at least, so we can do that. Road to Vercelli. No, let's build some buildings. Maybe market towns? No, NGOs. Let's just do NGOs. It's RGOs, even not NGOs. Definitely want to upgrade the gold mine. There we go, the money's gone. Well, that didn't take long. The army can return to Milan. Disloyal subject, Verona. You don't say. I'm shocked, I tell you, shocked. Just behind you again. But now we have things building again. Income has completely fixed itself. At least for the time being. Trade seems to be happening again. Goods production's rocking. And we can continue to emphasize that. I do still want to build some more market towns. Market villages, whatever they're called. The nobility demands stricter sumptuary laws. Expensive clothes, great banquets, and impressive palaces are some of the most visible symbols of the nobility. But the degree to which one family has money to spend on things can vary greatly. In some cases, the burghers of our country are able to spend just as lavishly, if not more so, than the average noble. While there are old rules and traditions restricting such things for those of less noble birth, these laws are difficult to enforce efficiently. This is unacceptable to the powerful nobility of our country, who are now demanding that we update our laws that an outsider can and on what an outsider can and cannot wear. They are suggesting that we levy a number of heavy fines against anyone ostentatiously trying to rise above their betters. So this will revoke the trade monopolies from the burghers. For the price of only 7 stability. I think I'm actually okay with this, because I've been in two minds about the benefits of this one. It's reducing my own personal trade capacity and increasing that of the burghers, which can be good because it means that our local market has more goods in it. The same local market that also has Genoa in it. Versus profiting from trade ourselves. You know what, I'm going to do this. 7 stability to get rid of a thing seems like a very low price to pay. And this is just going to increase the power of the nobility of the crown against the others at this point. So that's good. So the burghers are going to be pissed, but like their general satisfaction's already really high. So I'm kind of okay with that. Nobody is as happy as the church, though. I mean, not having to pay taxes, yeah, I can see why. Nobility is still upset even after all that. Just how miffed are Verona? Pretty miffed. Of course, I need to consider the strength of all vassals combined against us. Man, they are significantly wealthier than the others. Well, Parma would at least be more, but no. Oh, next year I can start to annex. Yes. Can I do Cremona yet? Did I make them a vassal before? And yeah, you're right, I should get Cremona first before Parma, because then I can actually get a direct route to them. So you should be the ones that I annex on the 1st of June. So in 8 months' time. People truces. I wish you showed truces and then also the ones who are actually in the coalition against us. Mantua is. Aquilia is. Well, Feltra, I don't think is. This could do with more information. Money continues to rise. I'm overspending on stability a little now. Trade income definitely rose when I got rid of their rights to trade. Yeah, I mean 12 trade capacity means that I myself can trade a lot more. So I think getting rid of the monopolies was actually a really good move. Good to know. Though it may mean that there are more pubs with needs, but if I have more money I can build more marketplaces and things, which means I can offset that myself longer term. And I'm now 59th greatest power in the world. We're rising! Mr. Supreme, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. And Ambro and Bino, thank you also for the follows. A schism has struck Catholicism and has thrown the Curia into petty factionalism. Even if the church has been divided before, the schism seems to be of a different nature. After the death of the last pope, a faction of Italian cardinals is pushing for the return of the Holy See into their own control, something they have desired ever since the papacy fell under French control. Opposing them, the French faction insists on the new pope remaining under their control, and demands that both factions seem irreconcilable when the Catholic world is swiftly descending into factionalism, leaving the good Catholic people of the Catholic Church without shepherds. As long as the division persists, they will have to navigate a world without the usual authority and decide for their own who the true representation of the divine will is. Just as I got an improved relations bar. Let's sort out research first of all. Oh, knights. Oh, there's a levy. What's that from? Oh, here. No, that's not it. Don't have access to that yet. Where the hell are those becoming available from? level that the guns are. Which is here. Nope. What was that one called? Noble Knights. It's not attack. I don't think any of these are. Attack for initiative. Oh no, initiative 2. Yep, this one is. Combat speed. Oh, it's combat speed. That's moving from back rank to front rank. That's chance that they will engage in battle. That's flanking ability. That's damage taken. That's morale damage taken. Yeah, Meld Knights are really good. Those are from the first era. I don't think they are. Yeah, they are. Oh right, I didn't have access to them because I wasn't a monarchy yet. Okay, that makes slightly more sense then. Is that worth doing? Costs 17 research progress. Whereas one of these, if I was trying to do this, would be 28. So it is cheaper. This is also a levy. These have even better stats, so no, this is just better. This is the upgrade. Which actually begs a legit question. Do I just want to get this now? No, they're not available. Stop it. Stop being distracted. Loyalty of subjects plus 10 will be very useful. With my vassal spam. Medieval military for that extra morale. Peasant levy to upgrade the levy units. Which is an upgrade of the feudal levy, because the feudal levy have extra damage taken, these guys do not. Oh. Defensive bonus when there are friendly troops in the neighbouring section. If both flanks are secure, the bonus is doubled. So they're really good, actually. So yeah, we definitely want to go down this line. Cool. Feudalism is based upon the concept of the auxilium and the consilium given by different ranks of nobles to their respective lords, creating a hierarchy that is greatly developed through the ages. And now we have the Western Schism. A schism is stuck Catholicism and has thrown the Curia into petty factionalism. But this is the Papal States versus Avignon. So this is the two popes era. I think it had a name, but I forget what it was. You have Rome and you have Bazaars. I mean, we're definitely on Rome's side. Because, hi, we're in Italy. Sicily, Papal States, and Naples. If I joined this, I would very much be on the front line. And honestly, if they fight, that's going to weaken the Guelphs. So I'm kind of okay with this. Because we're again catching. Anyway, I'm going to call this stream here. I'm getting very hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day. And yeah, it's food time. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you would like to support the channel, please do consider subscribing. It helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. You can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. I do have a Discord, which is where the community hangs out. They're a cool bunch, and it's always a pleasure to see some new faces there. So come join us. Say hello. You'll be more than welcome. And I just realised I'm saying all of this during an advert. So I'm going to wait for 40 seconds and then do it all again. I was also going to double check to see if anyone else is streaming EU. Go and rate them. I'm going to guess that there are. Oh yeah, there's a lot of people streaming this. Good grief. Yeah, Mastani is. Let's go and raid Mastani. So, now that you're back from the advert, I'm going to leave. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you would like to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. You can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. Why is there another ad break? Oh, the ad break just started. Well, head over to Mastani, say hello from Mordred Viking. I'd love to see his chat lit up by the Viking Raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking Raid just like this. Or if you're a subscriber, you can bring in the longships just like this. Anyway, that's it for me. I'll be back probably next weekend, as far as I know. Double check. Pretty sure. But whether it'll be EU or another game remains to be seen, because we're in the month of absolute insanity with everything being released at the moment. So, yeah, there will be a game next weekend. We'll see what it is. Until then, bye-bye, everyone. Enjoy Mastani's stream.
There, and we'll give support to Bellicose because let's address local complaints. Ah, yes!
Friends incoming! Assemble the Squirrel Honor Guard!